My fault. Cash, my fault. Thomas Woodward. Yeah, in the YouTube feed, I just turned. I'm sorry. I had it turned off. You guys should be able to hear me now. There is an earnings play. BlackBerry. BlackBerry earnings, such as it is, big gap down, 16%. BB, my goodness, as a Canadian, hard to see, hard to watch. Anyway, there's BlackBerry. 100% a software company now. You know, there's so many gap downs, guys. I'm just kind of picking a few of them. I mean, U.S. Steel, another all-time low. U.S. Steel. Macy's, U.S. Steel. Wow. All-time lows for X. AYTU, is it still gapping up? Yeah, it's still gapping up. They had a 100,000 order for their point of care rapid test with an additional 500,000 on the way. So that is the news for AYTU. That is the press release they have this morning. Low float, 20 million in the float. AHPI, not very much volume, but it had gapped up. I was seeing it up here at 20, so it's starting to come back. Starting to come back down. Very, very low float for an $18 stock. 2.2 million in the float, and again, there's not much volume this morning. CEMI. CEMI is gapped up a lot, a million shares, 29%. Now it has pulled back quite a bit though from its highs, 845, a couple of dollars from the highs in the pre-market. And let's see, OSUR still is strong. Up 10%. No volume yet, but this has just been a great one, a great run. 1, 2, 3. Now the fourth day, moving up. OSUR. Didn't really see this one. I wonder where this trades. Yeah, Norway. You can always tell. I look at spottiness on a chart. Usually that indicates that it's a trades on a foreign exchange also. EQNR, a lot of volume, but again, it's a Norwegian stock. Nothing against Norway. It's just a little bit more strange to try to trade. IMMU is gapping down also. Big gap down. 20%. IMMU. Trying to see if there's any specific news. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for it. IMMU. Have to keep an eye on that one though, because if it takes out 11, the support is around 920-ish or so. Again, there's so many, guys. I've got so many in my gap downs pre-market. I mean, I'm not saying this is a record number, but certainly I do not usually get that many. Usually, that would be, these are my gap ups. Didn't really mention this one. I still, yeah, I know why now. I mean, CTXR, I just highly suspect these little ones that put out some little virus news release. Got to hit $1.10 in the pre-market, CTXR. I mean, it's still up 21%, but yeah, interesting. Tobacco company, BTI. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many. CTL can be kind of interesting. SKT, I forgot to mention SKT. SKT, This is another one, was at an all-time low. It's starting to, remember now, when we look at the all-time lows, we don't include any pre-market action, but this is, obviously this would still be an all-time low at $4.44. See, I'm just watching the SPY, forget these topping tails. Never really quite understand what they all mean. They don't mean anything. It's not like they were any, it's not like they rallied four times and then moved back down. So, as usual, if you want to follow along my watch list, I have no idea what's going to happen with it today. Again, most of the stocks. It's funny, when I was doing my after hour scanning last night, I didn't have that many short candidates. You know, I have a list. I have a short list and then a long list, and the short list was about a third of the long list. So I don't know what's going to happen today with the watch list then, based on that. But if you want to follow along the watch list today, again, as always, all you have to do is click on New from the channel bar. Sorry, New from the toolbar, and then click on the channel bar, and then there are my windows right there. And remember, everything in a channel is a layout, so you have to save your layout to the cloud before you load my windows. Otherwise, your layout will disappear, which of course is okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. So again, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 10 o'clock. You will see the repeating. I put you can change it. I think I have a 5-minute delay if you load it from the channel bar. But you'll see these immediately as the market opens. But I do put a 30-minute delay on this because I'll be auto trading the entries. I've turned the auto trading on the entries on, but with a 30-minute delay. So no alerts here until 30 minutes. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. And it's been producing this week for sure. Yesterday was another fabulous day. So we'll have to see. It's hard to know. When the market is going to gap down so much, it's really hard to know. And as usual, though, let's just say the market has a recovery, an hour in which we see a bunch of green candles in a row trying to recover. Let's just say we do get some triggers from the watch list down, and then the market starts to recover. You can always take that. You can always look at these stocks, and they may bounce. Yeah, unfortunately, you're going to have to, there is a fix for it. Tech support, if you click on the tech support tab, I'm going to have to make this, and I hate this. I'm sorry, guys, but I have to use Chrome until we get the flickering pointer issue fixed with Firefox. So you're going to have to use Chrome as your browser, but you have to disable the hardware accelerator, okay? There is, if you can find the tech support tab, there is the fix. You have to disable the hardware accelerator. I do apologize, but I just can't use Firefox right now. I'm concerned about a market halt, Mike. I mean, if it happens, it happens. We'll have to see what the SPY does. I don't think that market won't halt for the entire day, but thank you, Gus. I hope you guys understand. And I do apologize. I mean, this drives me crazy having to always explain to disable the hardware accelerator, but you don't have to do it with Firefox, but then that introduced another major problem for me. Anyway, I talked to the developer. He's actually trying to do a search. There has been a bug associated with Pointers and Firefox that he's discovered. So he's going to try to give me a fix for it. Anyway, let's take a look at what Goldman Sachs is doing today in terms of upgrades and downgrades. And let's see, I do only one upgrade from Goldman Sachs. Let's put it in here. When the lists are getting smaller, I'll start putting them all in, but there's just too many. Yeah, good to hear. I'm glad that is the fix, and it works, virtually 99.9% of the time. All right. There's one more SYK. So there looked like there are 4 downgrades this morning from Goldman Sachs. Yeah, that's what I've got from briefing.com anyway. And I do notice they downgraded CTL. I wish all this weren't here. This can be an interesting trader, but there's a lot of choppiness right around where it is. Obviously it's very, very close to an all-time low. The all-time low would be down here, I guess, 819. Upinder, I have it. Well, I'll pop it in here. I know it's a little more difficult. If you're in the trading room, it's easy for me to share things, but I'll pop it into the YouTube feed right here. Okay. Yeah, so they did have news too. It looked like the same type of thing that Abbott is doing, if you can believe it, with a very quick 15-minute test. I think that's what they were trying to say for CEMI. I know this DFFN is up 8 million shares. I just don't trust it, but hey, we'll see. Okay, so Pope, you can, all the scans that I'm sharing, you can find the scans tab within the trading room. Click on scans. All the scans that I'm sharing are here, including the pre-market actives. Okay, you can see it right there. Also, if you want to, you can click on the room drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. And scans that I share, you can click on download. It'll go to that will go to a Word document, and then you can look at all the scans at your leisure. Yeah, here's another one, guys. I mean, they're DTSS. I really didn't. Okay, so Rich. Yeah, okay. So general announcement again. Yeah, there is something you can do. A, use Chrome as your browser. And then B, you have to disable the hardware accelerator. Okay. And if you can, excuse me, the fix is right there. If you can find the tech support tab in the room, there are the actual instructions. Once you disable the hardware accelerator, you have to close your browser and then reopen it. That will almost for sure solve the problem, okay? And as for anybody else, you're wondering if you only can see the top half of my screen. I don't think I don't think you mean right down here. Assuming they can see it. I'll just have to keep making the announcement. It's only generally speaking for new users. All right, I think I'll get rid of, let's see, DTSS. And here's another one that I did. I mean, lots of volume. QUMU. Another one that just popped up. Software publisher. Okay, so this is something to do with video communication. And that's why this is, so that's the sector it's in, QUMU. Yeah, be very careful with DFFN, guys. It's we've seen this act before. Oh yeah, it's different, Trader. It's not meant to be the same. The channel bar is generally, you'll see it has very few windows in it, not just mine, but the other ones. Might have some charts in it, but it is meant to be just very select. So this is all I'm trying to focus on in my channel bar for people. And if you want to add individual windows, of course, everything is right here from the Scans tab. Well, there is no link for the room. You just have to add windows if you want the Momo up and Momo down as an example. I mean, that's the only difference. Really, it's the only difference. I mean, these three windows are part of the channel, my channel, and then these are the two other windows. That's all. So you can add them individually from the scans. Just click on the Scans tab, and all you have to do is find them. You know, I have them. Where are they? They're somewhere here. There we are. Momo up and Momo down. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download, they're all there. Okay, I will get rid of this. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I mean, with the way the market is right now, I'd be fading virtually every pop unless it's got the most stupendous news ever. Okay. Yeah, look at Sono, guys. Sono could be interesting. I mean, another one that's gapping down right at the whole number. You look underneath, 680 down here. That could be the support area. So that could have a run once the market opens. Not very well. Actually, the value's not bad. Not a super low float. 100 million in the float. 1 minute, yes, I forgot yesterday. It crept up on me. So 1 minute to the open, guys. So as usual, I mean, I nothing will happen in here for 30 minutes. I will more than likely be sitting out the first 15 minutes anyway, regardless. Just try to let things settle down. And I know I will miss the movers right off the bat, but just the way I like to do it. All right. Well, thoughts on it? Well, I mean, if obviously it had a huge pop, it's trying to come back though. I have to admit, IFRX is trying to come back, and we are now open. Rearranging some things here, guys. Okay, we're now open. There's SKT. SFET. SFET had a bit of a gap. SFET. I think this is an Israeli stock. Yeah, an Israeli stock. SFET. Now, I don't believe this float, 96,000. I refuse to believe that's a real float, but whatever it is, it's going to be ridiculously low. Well, Mr. Spy, what are you going to do? Now we're open. Okay, semi is trying to come back a little bit here. Here's the pre-market high, 840, so it's about $1.30 or so below, $1.70 below. Yeah, I've seen those rumors. All right, wow. Well, look at SFAT. It just absolutely popped right from 230 all the way to 3. Expand this weekly chart just a little bit here. So the next high looking left on a weekly chart is 355. Not saying it's going to get there, but does have some room. Very low. Again, I don't know what the float is. I can't believe it's 96,000 shares. All right, guys. Semi's coming back here. That's a nice bounce. 650 from 650 to 7. My goodness, SFET. I don't see. Let's see. Is there any specific? I don't see any specific news for SFET. IMMU continues down here. IMMU, again, I couldn't see any specific reason for it, but IMMU continues down. Look at this, a 20. Oh, I'm sorry, that's right. They did didn't they do a financing? Or was that somebody else? I can't remember now. No, they're not the ones that did a financing. Well, IMMU, I mean, this is just below last week's low now, or right at last week's low. That looks like the all-time low. No, the all-time low is way down here, but okay, market is not putting in any sort of a little rally, even on the five-minute chart. No rally. Well, yeah, no rally yet. So there's one that continued down, guys. So SKT, definitely an all-time low right now. SKT. Oh, well, there we go. Not one sector is positive. Every single sector is down. Not even gold. Well, SFET. I mean, what a run. Now let's see. I mean, there's the. I was pointing this out. High is 359 on the weekly chart. Okay, we've. I apologize for this, guys. There is still something going on with the AI. To notify developers on that. Okay, guys, I am watching a couple. Wow, look at SFET. SKT continues down. I think I forgot to mention INSG. INSG was a big gap up also. Nice gap up for INSG. Had news after hours, obviously. There was the after hours action yesterday for INSG. Kind of held its own in the pre-market. Now it's making a new high right now. Not a pre-market high yet, but it's making a new high. INSG. Again, guys, a general announcement for anybody who's new in the room, or if you've been here before. If you cannot see my screen or half the screen, I apologize. You'll have to use Chrome as your browser, and then you're going to have to disable the hardware accelerator. If you can find the tech support tab in the trading room, there is a fix. Once you do all that, you close your browser and reload, and that should solve the issue, okay? That's if you cannot see my screen. Just one moment. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay, a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope. Little green bar on the SPY. A little green bar on the SPY. So we're going to see some pops, obviously. We're going to look at Apron. Apron again, alive. Boy, there's SU. SU has been just incredible. What a run it's had. It's on the watch list. What's the high yesterday? 1608. Again, it won't trigger here until 30 minutes in, but doesn't mean you can't take a look at this trade right now. I mean, it's kind of gone. What's the high from yesterday again? Was 1608. SU. Look at the volume that came in, and it continues. What a 3-day run it's having. Remember, I mean, it's a huge float too. So, yesterday's move, I think it was up 12 or 13% at one point. I mean, with a 1.5 billion in the float, I mean, those are huge moves with that amount of float. Okay, just looking at some of my thumbnailed charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. INSG. Okay, so if INSG, so it hit a couple of times, it hit around 727. Let's stick an alert here, see if it takes that out. Post market, it hit 754 or so. 750 or so post market. That was yesterday. After hours. Okay, just a moment, please. Wow, CWH on the way down here. CWH. Okay, now there's INSG. It just took out that. It just took that out. That little alert on it. Let's see how it's trading. Not a bad spread either. Oh, guys, well, there it went. INSG continues. Here's the, again, after hours yesterday. 751 was the high. All right, guys, this is an earnings play. LW is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market, really. LW, a little more expensive for the type. I don't usually trade over. Usually it's around $30, but I've been really concentrating on the 20 and under. But anyway, LW is an earnings play underneath 50. Another one, another earnings play, VRNT. Has room underneath. Another earnings play, VRNT. Wendy's, trying to put a little, had a pop down to 1363, so it has moved back up. Wendy's, WEN, big bottoming tail there. Now let's see if the SPY can hold. IMMU just continues down. Now I don't know, it was an AI alert. I'm not sure if anybody could get it. It was down so much. The uptick rule definitely in effect. Intelsat, I noticed had a downgrade from. Oh, you're not talking about Intelsat. I thought you were talking William. So you're not talking about Intelsat. Oh, CWH. I double down below 4. I see. Okay, gotcha. Intelsat. Wow. Intelsat. Complete collapse again for it. Of course, even before the virus, it was in trouble. You know, all these weeks here. Goldman trying to put the final nail in the coffin with a downgrade this morning for Intelsat. Ooh, that was a wicked bottoming tail for SU all the way down to 1586 before it popped right back up. Just looking at some of the ones that are being halted right now. SONM. I don't know why this is halted. I mean, I know it's a math, but it doesn't look like it should have been halted. But anyway, it is. SONM. Well, congratulations if you were able to take that AI alert right at 9:35. You know, I'm not a big fan of the really early ones, but in this particular case, it would have worked. The IMMU, you know, when talking about it's after the fact. The alert was at 10:25. If you could get it, again, the uptick rule definitely in effect. SGLB, software publisher. So I'm sure they have something to do with the 3D production series. Okay. So Sigma, SGLB in that sector, 3D sector. Another one that is a crazy low float. 506,000 in the float. So anything can happen with these. If you look left on the daily chart, the next high looking left is 317, and then after that it did have a spike about, looks like 6 days ago, to 455, and that's SLGB, or it's GLB, sorry. Okay, so Amy and anybody else, if you cannot see my screen, the bottom half, there is a fix, and you're in the tech support area actually, so if you just look above where you posted Amy, there is a fix. You have to be using Chrome as your browser and then disabling the hardware accelerator. And then you'll reload, you close your browser and then reload, okay? And then that'll allow you to see the screen. Look at SGLB, guys. So anybody who can't see the bottom half of my screen, you have to use Chrome as your browser, then disable the hardware accelerator. If you don't know how to do that, just click on the tech support tab and the instructions are there. Okay? Wow, look at SGLB. Wow. What a move. Was anybody able to short IMMU? Were you able to get it? Actually, I didn't take a look at the spread. Oh yeah, it's a terrible spread. Well, I mean that's again, I don't know if I can believe it's only have half a million shares in the float, but regardless, yeah, it's a bad spread right now, 309, 325. It may settle down later on, but look at that. I mean, pops all the way up to 371, comes all the way back. So if you need any more proof, guys, that you cannot walk away from these, especially a low floater. You cannot walk away. You cannot take a trade and think, oh, great, it's moving up. I'm just going to go down, race downstairs, make my coffee, and come back up. You cannot do that. So far, no fade for BTI. Somebody's asking me a KISS short, KSS. Well, I mean, I guess if it can take out, there's a low last week of 1285. I'd probably, I mean, you'd be giving up some, but I mean, bottoming tails though on that 5-minute chart. So that the sellers have been trying to knock it down a little bit. I think shorting something like Coles is going to be highly dependent on what the market's doing. So if the market puts in a little more of a rally, we had the green, we had a opening 15-minute green candle. Right now it's undecided, but if the market continues to move a little higher, I wouldn't be shorting something like Coles, to be honest, because I think it's going to move with the market more or less. My opinion, of course, that's all. Meanwhile, all the cruisers, RCL, making a new low right now. RCL, what's Norwegian doing? NCLH. Yeah, I mean, they're all... It's been... Let's see if it takes out 10 today again. Absolutely. SU is incredibly resilient. Along with CNQ, they've been kind of the same if you look at them. Look at SU or look at CNQ, the 3 days. SU is a little bit better because it's at 4 days. No, it's the same. Actually, SU and CNQ are about the same. You look at the daily chart, 3 green candles. Let's take a look at SFAT after the initial surge. Oh yeah, another one. I mean, look at this, 370 dropping $1. Again, these are big percentage moves. All right, BTI. I mean, there's the 200-day. It's still far enough away, so that's not going to stop it anytime soon. Stick an alert around 35.83. See if it breaks down through the whole number again. Again, guys, I'm just patiently waiting to see what sort of stocks appear in my watch list, okay? I'm not anxious to trade. I just want to see what sort of stocks appear in my watch list after 10 o'clock. And then I'll start making a determination of what I might want to do. The auto trader is on. I've turned both those strategies on. I'm going to go over a lot of this around 10:30. Again, another general announcement for if you're new into the room or if you've been here for a while and now you can't see the bottom half of my screen, there is a fix. Don't worry, help is on the way. Click on the tech support tab and there are the instructions. You have to be using Chrome as your browser and then you have to disable the hardware accelerator, close the browser and then reopen. The instructions, you find the tech support tab. It's all written out there for you, okay? A little bit of grief for you guys to have to go through that, but a lot easier for me without having that flickering pointer I had to put up with for the last while. I know you guys didn't see it on your end, but yeah, look at AMRN. Yeah, nice bounce. You had the horrible news yesterday, of course. What to say about SU? My gosh. Yeah, somebody was mentioning the shippers and having, having to have some place to store all that oil. So FRO didn't like what it did yesterday, to be honest, but FRO over 10 now. Okay, semi just made a new high. Not a pre-market high. It hasn't taken out the pre-market high, but semi just made a new high. Low float, 16.9 million in the float. Semi, CEMI. All right, guys. Well, there's BTI starting to fade a little bit here. It's not a big drop yet, guys. I think see how well it gets away from that whole number, 36th. But BTI is starting to fade a little bit. 2 red candles on the 5-minute. Just watching this, I might take the short right. Yeah, I'm going to trying to short on the BTI. If it gets back up to the whole number, I'm out. Ooh, and I turn around and there it is. Okay. Just watching it, see how much further it can go down. BTI. Got it at 35.82 actually, 35.82. It's probably the most expensive stock I've taken in a long time. All right, you know what, guys? I'm just checking out a little. Well, maybe not. I'm just going to take some off at 65, but let's see if it has a little bit more. I look at this 35.36 could be a pretty good support for it right there. Okay, guys, I did take some off. I mean, this is just a scalp trade right now for me. I covered some at 35.65. I mean, nothing fantastic. Got an 18 cents, no more than an 18-cent stop, so. Okay, now again, this could be the support area, 35, 34 for it, right around here for the BTI. Nero, N-U-R-O, this is flying. What's the market doing? Okay, so we had that initial green candle. Okay, 10 o'clock. So now I'm going to see if there are any alerts coming in. Okay, just because it's 10 doesn't mean we'll get an alert immediately, but any stock making a new high or a new low from my watch list, one of these, it will be alerted. So for instance, as CEMI goes up to 770, we'll get an alert here. Has to take out the high of the day. Volume, of course, is fine, and the relative volume is stupendous, so that's not an issue. A couple of the other filters that I have, and of course, it's way above yesterday's high. So meets all the filter criteria. It just has to take out the high of the day for it to trigger. Yeah, it's a virus play. For what it's worth, it is a virus play, yes. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, so nothing's triggering yet. IMMU actually having a little bit of bounce. This might be interesting over 10. IMMU. All right, BTI continues down. So let me see. Let's see how well this holds. This area right there. That's what I was looking at. 35. It's very close. 35.40, right there. I mean, obviously, and it looks like a ton of support right around 35. So, I mean, it had news, positive news. So, all right, I see it took the. Now, actually, this is interesting. It took it as a long. Now, I had this as a short play for the X. So, now I don't trust this at all because look what the market's doing. The market is starting to fade again. Okay, so I don't trust this one at all as a bounce play for U.S. Steel. So this is what I would do. I mean, listen, it may go up. This is in the simulator, so I'm just exiting it. I just don't trust a bounce on it. I mean, it triggered because it's taken out yesterday's high, but I think for a U.S. Steel and for a lot of these, you're going to need the market really on your side. Are you talking about it to make it bigger or a different color? If that's your question, you can't. No, this is just from my watch list, Sean. Just from my watch list, Sean. This is the simulator in action, okay? And what I've done is I've turned these two strategies on so they will auto trade the entries and I'll manage the exits. All right, so for instance, here's the semi. And why is it taking 204? I'm going to show you guys all this later, but it takes it's based on the trading strategies that I have. only wanting to risk $100 on the trade in the simulator. So there's the entry. There is the stop. Subtract the 2, 771 or 725 from 771. Multiply by 200 shares. You will get approximately $100. There's the stop, 92. And again, I think anything long is going to be a little bit suspect today. Now, this is, it's a virus play, I guess. And it's, it can kind of trade on its own to some extent. But it's also a low float, so you always have to be very careful. Low float situation. Yeah, Harley, you can. There are some rules you have to set in place, running both as administrator, and then you have to. You know what? My best thing I can do is to send you to the homepage, and you can start a live chat. Bill is there, I believe, and he's our linking guru. And so, I'll just get you the homepage, okay? I'll give you the homepage link, okay? Right here. And so when you go to the home, yeah, if you've been there before, Bill knows exactly, fairly detailed instructions. TOS works, but it's not. It can be a little bit finicky, I guess. But if you follow the instructions, it should be no problem. I appreciate that, Harley. Okay, guys, anybody new in the room today, or you've been in the room for the last little while? I've been using Firefox as my browser, so you've had no issue seeing the bottom half of my screen. I did have to switch to Chrome today, and if you cannot see the bottom half or the bottom third of my screen, or it's kind of blurry, you have to use Chrome as your browser, disable your hardware accelerator, and then reload. Close down the browser, reload it. The instructions are in the tech support tab. If you can find the tech support tab within the trading room, there are the instructions, okay? Only if you can't see the bottom half of my screen, or if it's blurry. There, guys. I covered a little bit more at 35.50 for the BTI. It looks like it's trying to bounce now, so I remember it had positive news, so it's not like this is a. And the market is starting. You know what? I mean, this will be pretty bullish. Well, mini bull for the market if it can take out that high right there. Mini. I'm going to stick an alert for the SPY. Right in this area here, the two topping tails. That's the opening 15. Second one takes that out. Maybe starts to recover a bit. Kind of like right now. So even though I waited 30 minutes for something like this, the CEMI to, okay, well, there we go. Okay, so the SPY just took that high out. So let's see if it can keep going. So I got out of the X. My guess now is X is probably having a, yeah, it's still okay. What was the trigger at? Was at 658. So, I mean, it's 4 cents above. Of course, I did see APT in the pre-market. Yeah, big. Wow, you're right. Big rip for APT. Last week's high was 1530 for APT. Okay, now here's the glimmer of hope for CEMI. You look at these two bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart. The sellers have been trying to knock it down a little bit. This is not even shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I don't know how many brokers are going to have a lot of shorts available for CEMI. I'm not saying yours. I'm not saying yours will not, but there are no shorts available. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so Hummer, you have to disable the hardware accelerator, okay? You have to disable the hardware accelerator. If you go to if you click on the tech support tab, the instructions are there, how to disable, and then you have to close down the browser and reopen it. And that's anybody who cannot see the bottom half or the bottom third of my screen or it's blurry. That's what you have to do. Use Chrome as your browser and disable your hardware accelerator. Now that's not for everybody. I mean, it's some computer configure. It's all depends, I think, on your video card, graphic card. Okay. When you say you can't see anything, logging into TI Web. Okay, now Semi, the spread, spread's okay. Spread's okay right now. Let's see if we can take out 8. Okay, let me log in and see what happens. I don't use the browser edition of Trade Ideas, but let me just see if there's a problem. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if I get okay, so I just loaded the web version and I'm definitely getting some alerts and all. Okay, I mean, I don't have it, I guess if I expanded it but I'm definitely getting alerts. So I'm not sure. If you have a red indicator, that means, I mean, there's obviously something wrong with your account. If the ball is red, it means something is wrong with your account. I can't really help you on that. The only thing I can suggest is you're going to have to call, or you have to start a live chat to have them look at your account to see why because they're either going to say you don't have an active connection, either for a few reasons. Your subscription is not complete, or you've opened it up on another. Remember, you can only have Trade Ideas open up on one system at a time. So you can have Trade Ideas loaded on your laptop, your desktop, your tab. You can have it loaded and all, but you can only have Trade Ideas open one system at a time. So I don't know if that's the issue, but it's definitely working. I mean, just wanted to make sure it wasn't down. Yeah, BBX. Other activities related to real estate. Okay. Ooh, that's bad, Profit Hunter. I have no idea how to help you now. Then maybe you're going to have to actually restart the room too. 99.9% of the time, that's the fix. Well, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. I don't know how to help you. If you can't see the screen after you've done that, and you're absolutely 100% sure that you saved the change to disable. Okay, one moment, please. Oh, sorry, I had myself on mute. I'm so sorry. So what I was saying, what I was saying is that you can follow me on if you can follow the YouTube feed. I put the link in just above the YouTube feed. So if disabling the hardware accelerator doesn't work, you still can't see my screen, then you can follow me on YouTube. And if you still want to be in the trading room, then you're going to probably have to mute either the YouTube feed or the trading room feed, okay? Because I think there will be a slight echo. All right, let's take a look at SINT. I'm just following Randall, posting something about SINT. It's a real cheap one, okay. Nothing wrong with that, but not doing anything yet. All right, guys, I'm not in anything anymore. I'm out of the BTI. It was quick. Not shortable for me, Real. I mentioned that before. Not shortable for me. Maybe you still use Thinkorswim also? It's not shortable at IB anyway. CEMI. Okay. All right, so far a slow day for the watch list. Market is just kind of basing now. At least we didn't, we had a huge gap down, but we, pre-market, at least we didn't keep going down. And we have a green sector, or green, well, I call it blue, green sector. Gold is actually up. So this has had a nice pop actually. Gold, GLD, the ETF. I forgot to keep watch. Remember I was saying if IMMU gets over 10 could be interesting. It surely was. IMMU over 10. Just had two trades, an IMMU short, which worked out okay if you got in and out. I mean, it did drop quite a bit, but it's BBX, guys. BBX is on the move here. Thank you, Asia, for that. Asia in the YouTube feed or stream. Okay, now Cala. Let's take a look at Cala. Now, look, a 9 break. What was the high last month? The high last month was 884, so it's above that. So a 9 break. There is a little bit of resistance here on that monthly chart, but a 9 break could really get this moving. It's a fairly low float, 25 million in the float for KALA. It took it in the simulator. So I was dead wrong on the US Steel X. Now, remains to be seen what would have happened had the market continued down. But anyway, US Steel. Again, it was a nice alert here, 659. Yeah, if you could get the short. No, it's only down 2%. Interesting. Booted from the S&P 500. Okay, so again, the room is blurry. You have to disable the hardware accelerator. You're talking about my screen that you're... Okay, you have to disable the hardware accelerator. You should be using Chrome as your browser. Disable it. And then exit Chrome and then reload. That should do it. If it's not doing it, then Yeah, there's a few things. I don't know what's going on. Okay, guys, so here's another instance where, I had the max P&L. So at one point I was up $58 in the simulator. You should never let, I mean, it's modest $58. Should never let that turn into an almost $100 loss. It got stopped out. Lucky you guys who were able to short it. All right, so again, I'm hoping you have to have, so Flying Dutch, are you using Chrome as your browser and you have disabled the hardware accelerator? And then you've exited Chrome and reloaded and you're still having a problem? Okay, yeah, please do that. How to disable it? Okay, so both of you guys, if you click on the tech support tab, it's right here. There are the instructions, okay? Click on the tech support tab. There's three little dots, the Chrome browser. Click on that. That's on your settings and scroll down to advanced. Click advanced, scroll down until you see the hardware accelerator and disable it. Okay? Okay, just, you know what I'm watching? Kind of watching the INSG. See if it gets back up to about 730. It's kind of resting just over 7, and that's the INSG. And boom on the Cala. $9.25 looking left, so it's basically, that's the next high looking left on that monthly chart. I'll just get it at half the position, okay? Just took out half of it. I'm just using the hotkeys here. And I'm actually going to get it all right now. So the max was 150, closed with a 120. Not bad, not terrible. Oh, good, good. I'm glad playing. So again, that should never have happened, being up 58 and then basically taking almost $100 loss. You have to pay attention. Even if you're using the simulator, treat it like it's your real money. That's the whole idea, guys. I mean, it's just not fun in games using the simulator. Yeah, it can be kind of fun. Oh, let's take this trade. Let's take that trade. But, you have to have some reasoned ideas for why you're taking a trade and then managing the trade. What a comeback for IMMU. I mean, this was all the way down to 940. This is a $2 move. I know I said to watch it. Just could get interesting if it takes out 10. Another little boom for Cala. Kala. Whoa, a big boom. Look at this. What a move now. 25 million in the float. Market is just flattened out. Look at the SPY. Look at that 15-minute, just basically flattened out. The news is that it was in Barry's watch list. I'm just reading that right now. I'm kidding, of course. I don't. I just see an upgrade from Wedbush reaffirms buy rating. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, BTI is recovering. I'm out of the BTI. You know, I've done some trades on my own, guys. The BTI app I posted. Nice short on this CEME if you could get it. It's not available for me. All right, now keep an eye on IMMU. Now it is still down 18%, so it could be tough to get as a short. But it's had a great pop. I mean, for all the reasons why it collapsed, they're still in place. I would be maybe sticking an alert just underneath 11, around 1093, see if it takes that out. And that's for the IMMU. So are you talking about it's an alert window? When you say my room, you mean it's an alert window probably. If you've loaded anything from if you've taken any of my scans, I do have sound alerts on my scans. If you don't want them, then you have to go through each alert window, right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see if you've got, well, first of all, you'll see if you right click properties and actions is checked, that means that you've got a sound alert on that window. Well, I'm more inclined. I mean, it depends. I mean, look, if this holds 11 and it gets back up to say 11:30, yeah, I could still have a more of a run. But I'm more inclined to be looking at this as a takeout of 11, maybe moving back down again. Depends on the market. I mean, look at the market. Market is starting to put a little. Well, there. In fact, there you go. So now it's below. I'm just not sure I can get the short. Because remember, it's down 10%. Well, yeah, I couldn't get the short, guys. I was trying to short at 10.9. Well, it's popped right back up again. It's still pretty whippy. Tried to get the short at 10.93. So now it's popped right back up. So I'm just gonna. Okay. Just a second. Hungry kitty. Just a second. Okay, guys. INSG is still. I think I put an alert right around here, so it did actually pop up. It's not a low float. 68 million in the float. So INSJ is not a low float. I'm not sure exactly the reason. Ramping up production of 4G and 5G. That's all. So it's not a virus play. So that is the. Remember now. It's like the charts. Okay. Now let's see. I want to see if this moves. Okay, I agree. This is not updating. It is not updating. It's right now. X is stuck at 699 and it's at 707. Okay, so keep an eye on this. Yeah, it's not updating. It should be. Yeah. Okay, I've just indicated that. Look at Alcoa. Alcoa is even having a bit of a pop here. Well, I was very, very, very wrong on the X. 659 to 713 is a great percentage move. So yeah, this is not updating correctly. Give me a second here. I have to contact the developer. Okay, now it is. Okay, it just started. Maybe it just had to do a reset or something. It just, let me see. So there it is, 698 for semi. Let's see if that's right. That's right. And Callis 921. Remember now that so that looks like it's right again. Okay, yeah, it appears that it is updating now. So I don't know. It was just I didn't notice it before, so I hopefully that was just a brief. All right, guys. As I say, I could not get the IMMU. Too bad. I could not get it. I wanted it at around 1092. I know it popped up again, but I just couldn't get a fill. Anybody get a fill on IMMU? Wow, what a move for that Cala, all the way up to 968. So it's a great percentage move from 889 right to the high here, 967, almost a dollar. Nothing on the short side yet. And remember what I was saying yesterday, or not yesterday, in the pre-market, I was, it was intriguing to me because I hardly had any, even though the market was down, 600 yesterday or so, hardly had any stocks that were making the watch list on the short side. Just seemed to be a little bit crazy. Wow, it's 10:40. Somebody didn't remind me that it's past 10:30. Okay, time to go over a lot of things, okay, with Brokerage Plus and the AI and the links and the training, etc., etc. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Room is open like this, Monday to Friday, between 9 o'clock and 3 o'clock Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. You can also follow me along in the YouTube feed, which I've just lost. Let me just see. Here you are. Now, if you can't see my screen, I'm going to have to make this announcement periodically during the day. If you cannot see my screen or the bottom half is kind of blurry, you have to be using Chrome as your as your browser. If you can find the tech support tab within the room, there's the fix right up here. You have to use Chrome as your browser, disable your hardware accelerator, and then close the browser and reopen it, and that should solve the problem. Okay? If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, and I'm sharing a lot of scans, you can click on the Scans tab. Here are all the scans that I am sharing. You can also click on the Room Drive icon. It looks like a half-open folder. And scans that I share, download. You can download the links that I'm going to be talking about also. You download both of these, they'll go to a Word document. You can look at everything at your leisure. So let me talk about some of the links we have here. So I'm going to go over in more detail what the AI and Brokerage Plus is all about. But this is a training link. We have training Monday to Friday between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern Time. That's the YouTube feed. So the format is this. I have the YouTube feed from 9 o'clock to about 11:55, just before noon Eastern Time, all Eastern Time, of course. And then one of the traders/trainers takes over and runs the YouTube feed from 12 to 1, and then I take it back at 1 o'clock and run that till 3. Webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. Today's webinar is a Q&A. That's the one that I attend, help out text-wise. It's a Q&A with Dan and Brad, partners in Trade Ideas. You can sign up for all the webinars right there. You should have the latest beta. If you click on the beta link, on this link, the Download TI Pro or Beta, you'll be brought to the download page. And if you scroll down, you'll see the beta. Why should you have the beta? If you're using the single stock window, you notice there's a similar tab. I'm going to go over what the similar tab is all about. But if you don't have the beta, that latest beta, you won't have that tab. So it's a very cool tab. I'm going to go over it a little bit. Also, the buy and the short buttons right on the chart if you don't have the latest beta. So I encourage you to download the latest beta, if nothing else, for the similar tab. I believe it is... It's 4.2.143, okay, Paradox. So I don't think your version has a similar tab. I may be wrong, but the latest beta is 4.2.143. More links. Let's see. I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Next test drive. Important link for you guys to take a look at. So the next test drive. Number one question, do you have free trials? We do not have free trials, but this is about as close as you're going to get. Excuse me, we do this 4 times a year. The next test drive starts May 11th. It'll go for 10 trading days till May the 22nd. So if you want to take part in it, it'll cost you $8.99 for those trading days. Basically just fill this out, and then about 2 weeks before May 11th, you'll probably get an email which will give you all of the sign-up details. Also, if you are and that basically gives you access to our premium subscription. If you are a standard subscriber and you'd like to try our premium service out for those 10 trading days, you can do so also. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. And again, it'll start May the 11th. Subscriptions. If you click on the subscriptions tab, at the bottom, you'll see there are 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 ebooks are swing trading setups, and the top one is kind of an interesting take on earnings season. All these ebooks are free, and they're developed by Trade Ideas. These are not third party. I do have a Twitter account at BBRUIN at BBruin44. We say stocks only. Don't talk about anything else. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can click on the subscription link right there. And Barry 4 Alpha, all in capital letters, numeric 4, all in capital letters. So you get a 15% discount off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. I'll just show you how much Trade Ideas does cost. So there's our premium yearly plan is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard yearly is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The huge difference is the AI. And also, if you do want to auto trade anything, you need our premium service. Of course, you don't have to start off with a yearly plan. You can always start off with our standard monthly, which is $118 a month less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount is only good for the first month. But if you do take out a subscription today and within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade, we will honor the 15% promo. Now I am going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. all about. We have what we call approximately 50 baseline strategies. So the AI waits for the market to close every day, so it has access to the latest market data, and then goes through an optimization procedure in all of the strategies. The optimization procedure is, in essence, this is not one of the AI strategies, but basically takes a look at all the filters that are in place in the strategies. AI strategies have way more filters. Maybe plays around with the values within each filter, runs a back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. As I always say this, even if you try to do it with one strategy, it's a painstaking operation. So obviously only a computer can go through 50. Once the procedure is done, tomorrow you will be presented with the strategies that made the cut of the 50. Typically making the cut meaning a profit factor of at least 2 and a win percentage of at least 60. Now I always say this, I don't care which strategies make the cut. All I care about is what are the alerts from those strategies. Now I don't display this. This is on my other monitor. It's a premium service, so it's not fair for those of you who pay for premium if I'm going to display them all day long. If you have premium, this is what I would suggest you do though, because I know a lot of you probably use the channel bar, new channel bar, and maybe use Omni AI. I mean, you can do that. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But remember, this is a layout. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. If you wanted to incorporate basically Omni AI, the result, like all the alerts every day, what I would suggest is that you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not this top one, but this one. If you do that, and you have the latest beta, that's all you have to do. You will see all the alerts as they come in. There have been 3 today. If you don't have the latest beta, you have to do one more step. You right click on that window and go down to where it says segments and check all. Then you'll see them. And when you get the AI alert, you see the price, you see the time, of course. It's a real-time alert, and you'll have a stop price, and it's up to you to manage the trades. There are only 3 trades so far today. Well, okay, you can do one of two things, brah. Okay, I mean, this is PC based, yes. Okay, so if you want to take full advantage of the platform in order to have Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over, you do need a PC. Or if you don't mind using an emulator like Parallels, I know a lot of our Mac users, including people who actually work at Trade Ideas who have Macs, that's what they do. They use Parallels, and then of course then it doesn't matter. Then you don't have to get a PC. So I leave that up to you. Okay, did you hear that? I want to make sure you heard that. And there's a right underneath, yeah, somebody saying they use Parallels and it works just as fine. I know it's a bit of a pain, but it's just the way it is. We don't have a Mac version, and we probably will never have one, to be honest. It requires a different build and all that, and so the web-based version is good, but it doesn't have Brokerage Plus. Well, if you want to trade, you still need a brokerage platform, Torrent Zone. Okay, you need a brokerage. But this is not Brokerage Plus is not a brokerage. I'm going to go over what it does, but you still need a brokerage platform or an account. So I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. You can use TD Ameritrade, but you can use any platform. We're not dependent on any platform. Now, where we are dependent on a platform is if you want to trade your account using the Brokerage Plus window, then right now you do need an Interactive Brokers account. It's the only one that works. But having said that, we link, and I know sometimes it gets confusing when I say we link with many platforms. What linking means is we have a linking tool. So if you click on Tools from the toolbar, and you see where it says external linking. So you basically just follow. If I click add link, you'll see there are some rules. And so we link with many different platforms, meaning that it just saves you the step. Let's say you get an alert for Cala. So it just saves you the step of having to type the symbol into your platform. Okay? That's what linking does. So if you're like me, who's clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to keep typing in not that I want to trade necessarily every alert, of course, but I do want to have access to my time and sales to check to see what's happening. And this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Every brokerage platform will have something like this. So that's why I always want to be able to, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I'm trading it. But I do want to see, okay, now it's loaded in my platform. I take a look at the time and sales. I'm looking at the chart. Now, if I want to trade it, I trade it. Now, wow, okay, guys, the market is putting a little bit of a recovery here. This could turn into my favorite day being a huge gap down and then a steady recovery all day long. That'll really help a lot of bounce plays. Especially plays, companies that are just getting beaten up because of the market, not specific news. Okay, so let me go over Brokerage Plus. So everything I'm going to say right now, until I tell you you need premium, is part of our standard service. Okay, so Brokerage Plus can be loaded from the toolbar, New, Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You probably have some columns already. If you right-click on any one of those columns, then you see columns, and then you can hear all the columns that you can add. Okay? These are the tabs available. To add tabs within the Brokerage Plus window, click on New. Here are all the tabs available. Okay? Now, in its simplest way to use Brokerage Plus, now I should point out one other thing. I'm using this, what I'm demonstrating all day long is a simulator in action. Okay, paper trading, simulated trading. So if you're a new trader, or even if you're an older trader, but you want to test some strategies, you want to, you can use the simulator. And this is all real time, and it's using our real time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. Now, if you do want to trade your account, you have to have an interactive broker's account, and you would just connect. Okay, then you can trade your account. But what I'm going to describe right now is the simulator. So let's just say, in the simplest way to use this, you get an alert, on X, and you want to trade it. So you see the symbol shows up here, and you can pick how many shares you want. You can pick the price you want to go in at, or the market, and then if you want to go long, you click on the buy. If you want to short, you click on the sell. These are hotkeys. So you can flatten, get out of a position, get out of half your position, double your position, or you can reverse. So you were short, now you want to go long, or vice versa. Okay? So these are all the hotkeys we have. That's the most manual way that you can use it. I want to show you what I believe you should, especially if you're going to try the simulator. But even if you're going to trade your account, I suggest that you at least try simulator first, always, even if you're going to eventually trade using this and trade your interactive broker's account. But you can set up what we call one-click trading. So again, you click on an alert, you like the chart, you want to trade it. So you go back, right-click, and this box will pop up. You hover over the trade, and this box will pop up. And these are the buying and shorting parameters that I've created for myself. And you can, of course, create your own. So how would you do that? Again, you have to have the Strategies tab. You don't have the Strategies tab, make sure you click on New within Brokerage Plus, and here are all the tabs, one of them being the Strategies tab. So here are the strategies that I have here. That's why you see them when I right-click. Here they are, here they are. Some are long and some are short. So in order to create your own, you right-click, New Trading Strategy. You give it a name. Is it a long? Is it a short? Now, here's where you create your trading strategy. Enter entry time, order details, risk management, hold time. I'll show you what I do on one of mine, okay? It's not a recommendation to do the same. It's just I can show you what I do. No, that's what I was saying, Harley. TOS, you cannot use Brokerage Plus. You can use Brokerage Plus for simulated trading. It's got nothing to do with brokerage platform you have. But if you do want to trade your account, Brokerage Plus does not work with TOS. Okay? It only works with interactive brokers now. We're looking to add more, but we were, I think, really, really close to having E-Trade. But with everything that's happened, actually just before the virus took over, Morgan Stanley bought E-Trade, and so that probably was going to delay it a little bit anyway. And then with the virus taking over everything is sort of put on hold. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I created. I'm going to show you, you see there's a buy button there. If you don't have a buy button there, you should, on your chart, you should download the latest beta, okay? And I'm going to show you what the buy button means. Is basically you assign one of your long strategies to that buy button. And how do you do it? Well, you notice I've got one strategy that I call Chart Long $100 Risk. It's just a name I've given it. So you click on it, and I'm going to show you the rules I'm using. But first, you right click, and you see where it says Default Chart Long Strategy. I've checked it. So now the button knows that this is the strategy I want to use when I trade on the chart. So what is the actual trading strategy that I'm using? Well, I don't have an entry time because this is all discretionary trades. If I showed you my watch list up, you would have noticed that the slider was at 10 o'clock. That's why you'll see nothing in these two until at least 10 o'clock. So order details and risk management work hand in hand. Now I strongly suggest that you use the position sizing based on a stop loss. This is a drop-down menu based on a stop loss. So you'll see it says 100 in the risk value. So in the simulator, what that means is if the trade goes against me, I want to I don't want to lose more than $100 if I can help it. Now, when I say if I can help it, I mean, obviously you might get something that blows right through your stop and all that. You can't help that. But typically that doesn't happen very often. But what I'm trying to do is just maximize my loss only to $100. Okay? Or minimize my loss to, you know what I mean. So if the trade goes against me, I don't want to lose more than $100. So this works now with the stop that I'm going to put in place based on the chart. So I'm using a special stop, not available to you, but this is a huge drop-down menu. And I suggest you could always try the Smart Stop in dollars. This is generated by Trade Ideas. You know, it's based on the stock's volatility, high and low of the day, etc. Okay, so if you use a stop and you have a risk value of say $100. Now, should always point out, don't risk $1,000 if your account size is 5,000. Okay, I mean, you should risk an amount that has some correlation to your account size. I don't have a hold time. I don't put hold times. You know, I mean, I always manage my exits, so I don't put artificial hold times, but you can if you want. And the order details, I should go over this risk management. Yes. So I also put in this one, I put a target. People ask, well, can you put a target? So I did put a target. So if I get into the trade, the target is going to be 50 cents away. So if the trade works for me, if it goes 50 cents above, in theory, it would take it out. But I'm going to show you how that can work. Okay. So let's take a trade using the chart. Oh, look at JMEI. Nice break out of here. So let's just take this trade. I mean, I'm just demonstrating, right? So let's take this trade. I click on the buy button, and I'm going to pop it right there. So it hasn't there. It just took the trade. Okay. And you can see right there, JME long, 250 shares. Why did it take 250 shares? Because, and notice there's the stop, 1933. So if I take and this is pretty easy math, 1973 minus 1933 times 250 gives you just around $100. So it's share sized automatically. Okay, now at this point, and you see there is the target above. So if it hit the target, I'd make $123 if I didn't do anything else. Now, I can always take that stop now. You know, if the trade starts working for me, I can use this like a trailing stop. I can start moving right on the chart. I can move that stop line up and down. Okay, I'll just leave it there. I'll leave it where it was, approximately right there, I guess. Okay, I'll just leave it there. Notice how the stop changes right there also. Yes, the order is still open, Mark. Yes. Now, the same thing though here, if let's just say the trade really starts working well. Now, this is just, to me, an artificial 50 cents above. I could also start moving this up. You know, right on the chart. Okay? So that's how it works. I mean, that's how easy it is. And everything I've just described is part of the standard service. You can also load, let's say you wanted to trade my windows. You could, you know, again, to see my windows, just click on New, Channel Bar, and Barry's Windows right there. And remember, this is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do it. Oh yes, I'm going to talk about premium, yes. Then you could right click and you can save them to the cloud. Okay, save the and any alert window that you create. Okay, and then what you do is you right click and load from cloud. Okay, and if you just save them, you'll see I'll load the Momo. I'll load the Momo up. Load, add existing. So you see now that my Momo up is there. Now I'd have to create the trading strategy. Go through the exercise of creating the trading strategy. So everything I've just said is part of the standard service. So here is where you would need our premium service. INSG guys, starting to move here. INSG. It's not that I don't want to, Daniel. It's just that, you know, I can't copy this and send it to you. You know, it doesn't permit me to do it. You know, it's not that I don't want to, but, you know, I go over them. Basically, they're all, you know, all of them are essentially the same. If you were following, you know, I'm always using $100 as a risk. But that, you know, you don't have to because it's up to your account size. Okay, and then the risk management, I'm placing a stop. You can use the smart stop in dollars. You know, it's a big drop down menu. Just find it. You know, so I mean, it's really nothing incredibly magical. I'm just using $100 as my risk and making sure I have a stop based on the chart. That's it. No hold time, no entry time on this one. The only difference is on my watch list up. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. On my watch list up, if you look at see my entry time, that's why you don't see anything until at least 10 o'clock. I have put the slider to 10. That's it. So if you do want to, say, auto trade your alert windows that you create, or you want to auto trade my watch list, and you notice that's what I'm doing, then you need our premium service, and you basically turn the strategies on that you want to auto trade. See where it says strategy enabled? If I uncheck it, now it's turned off. I check it, now it's turned on. So that's what I do every morning before I start. And we force you to make a decision that you want to auto trade, okay? Anything. A lot of people say, well, you know, I want to auto trade every day. Well, so why do I have to turn them on every day? Well, believe me, it's a safeguard. So if you do want to auto trade, you need our premium service. If you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus for $1,100 minus the 15% right now promo code. And it's a one-time fee. Excuse me, it's a one-time fee. License fee. What that means is if you decide for whatever reason you want to stop trading for a while, stop your subscription, then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting for you. Market's putting in a nice move here. I wish we had some shorts that were early shorts because they would probably be nice little bounce plays. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, I am back. So does that make sense? You know, the difference between having our standard service and our premium service regarding Brokerage Plus. Market's putting in a nice rally, guys. A nice rally here. So again, this was just demonstrating how to use. That's why the JMEI is there. This is not part of the my watch list. So again, the way I use my watch list, I mean, I take some of the trades. I don't take them all, of course, but I use it as a watch list. So later on, for instance, you know, Yelp doesn't look like it's working quite yet, but what if it took this out again later on in the day? You know, then, and if the market continues to rally like this, you know, it has a lot of room. That's why it's on the watch list. So the max P&L, I always have this. To me, it's one of the. It really is a great indicator to show you how well you exited trades. So I point out this one, the CEMI. The max P&L means that if I could have got out right at the absolute top of what it did today, once that entry price was established, I would have been up $58. Okay. Now I allowed that in the simulator to turn from a $58 gain into a $93 loss. It exited for a $93 loss. You never should do that. You know, obviously, if you're paying attention like you should be, anybody should be managing the trades. You know, I can't obviously pay as much attention unless if I were glued to this all day long. You know, I wouldn't allow that to happen. So that's what that means. So that's telling me, okay, you know, obviously did not do a good job with that trade. This trade, I mean, not terrible. I mean, the max was 149. I exited with 119. Okay, I mean, you can never. This is just telling, you know, the absolute best you could have done. This one is a good one too. The distance from the exit price. So I completely blew the X. Not completely blew it, but I mean, you know, I had my reasons for getting out of the simulator for X. So what this is telling me is that from when I got out, it is 38 cents above my when I got out. Obviously not a good job. This one is telling me, okay, from where I got out, it's actually 30 cents below. Now, you know, which, okay, in theory is a good job. But I mean, I allowed that from, you know, a $58 profit to turn into almost a $100 loss. All right, now we have had some problems, Nona. I don't know why. I know those problems cropped up every now and then. Did you do it with one-click trading, or was it it shouldn't matter though. It shouldn't matter. With that max P&L, okay, yeah, it has happened from time, and yeah, I have no explanation why it happens, because that's obviously wrong. I thought that was fixed, and I'm looking at my max P&L, and certainly it didn't happen for me today. Yeah, you're welcome, Paradox. Reason for the SPY? Oh, the SPY pop. I think it said SPY drop. I don't know. I really don't know if there's a specific reason for the SPY pop. Teach them how to trade, Chris. All right, guys. Now I want to concentrate a little bit on the single stock window and the similar tab. Okay, it's a very, very cool addition. It will only get better. You know, we need a few more filters, like a minimum volume filter, but it is a very, very cool filter or tab we have now. So if you don't have it, again, you should have the latest version of Trade, or the latest beta of Trade Ideas. Okay, trade ideas. And you can find it right here in the subscriptions tab, right up here, download TI Pro or Beta, okay? You click on that link and it'll be down here. You just have to scroll and it'll be right here. And you know you don't have it. If you don't have the similar tab in your single stock window, you know you don't have it. It's that simple. So this is how I use it. So there is a similar tab. So what I do is I take this window and I duplicate it. Okay, duplicate it. That's why you see it here. I duplicate it again. And that's why you see it here. That's why you have sort of 3 versions. And then here, I click on the similar tab. Well, actually, before I duplicate it, I would click on the similar tab, then duplicate it again. Okay. So here it is. Now you notice that this is a toggle: competitors and price action. Price action needs work, so I don't use it. Price action, in theory, what it's going to tell you is, let's just say you see a stock trading in a certain way, and you say, geez, I'd like to see other stocks that look like that. Okay, so that is what price action eventually will do, but we need more filters. It's a work in progress. Competitors, though, what this is showing you, what I do is I sort 2 ways. I sort change from the close. I want to see the stocks up the most, and then I resort and I want to see stocks down the most. These are stocks in this sector. All this is, I mean, now we drill down into like the sub sectors sometimes. So this is all other information services. That's the sector that these stocks are in. So for instance, so I click on CALA as an example. Pharmaceutical preparation manufacturers, okay? These are the other stocks in that sector. You know, there's the IFRX, which was really alive early. Still up a lot, but it's given up a lot, okay? So let's just say, for argument's sake, there's a semi. I don't know where CALA is. I don't know why it's not up at the top here, but it's might be down here. There it is. There's CALA right there. That's because it's not up the most. Okay, but what you're really trying to do is just, okay, CALA's here. What other stocks in that sector are doing well, as an example? Or what are the worst ones? Now, if you wanted to follow a sector all day long, all you do is you right click and you pop it out. So here's that sector. You can follow it all day long now. You can add filters, you can add price ranges now, treat it just like a normal top list, you know, just add whatever filters you want. And then then you have a favorite sector that you want to follow all day long. You just pop it out and now you can follow it. You can actually turn this into an alert window too. You can turn a top list window into an alert window. So it's a great feature. You know, it's a really, really, really excellent feature. And it's only going to get better. One of the main things that has to happen, let me just check a couple of these. You know, I want a minimum volume, you know, so I think in the next beta, the minimum volume will be 100,000 as an example. You know, no point in, now these aren't too bad. I mean, well, like 63,000 is too low. But, you know, we're clicking yesterday in some of the sectors, we're seeing some at 20,000 shares. You know, you shouldn't see those. Yeah, Wendy's on the move here. WEN on the move here. Nice volume burst coming into Wendy's on that 5-minute. It's almost the biggest volume of the day on that 5-minute candle for Wendy's, WEN. Yeah, QUMU is one of those in that 3D sector. Software publishers, I mean, that's the sector it's in, but it's in the 3D sector. There's Triple D. Why did I take the BTI trade? Well, Real pointed that out in the pre-market. Okay, this was, we saw this one in the pre-market. It was really racing higher. And yeah, I had some news. It's a virus. Now it is a virus play. So we saw it in the pre-market, and then Real said, probably shorting the pops. And I completely agreed. My bias was to short, these sort of pops. And so that's why I did it. It took out did it work? It wasn't an incredible trade, but once it broke down through the whole number, I'm a big proponent of that sort of a trade. Stocks that just break down through a whole number. Then I can put a fairly tight stop. If it goes back up through it, I'm out. So that's why I took the BTI trade. It wasn't fantastic or anything. But with the market being down so much, you just had to figure that a lot of these ones that had been, high in the pre-market, to fade them. Thank you. Okay, guys. So again, just an explanation about my watch list up and down and the repeating. You notice here the symbols will repeat. So every time when makes a new high, you'll see it. Now, that's not a good example because when is here for another reason. But let's take a look at Yelp. Okay, Yelp made a new high at 18. The alert was at 1863, and then it must have popped immediately. So it made a new high at 1875. That's why you'll see these over and over and over again. Cala is probably a better example. Cala, the initial alert was 889. Not sure when it was at 1021. So right there, Cala, 889. Made a new high. You'll see it over and over again in what I call the repeating. Why I like to see this is that this tells me the very first time the alert happened and the price. What has happened since then? So instead of my having to scroll down and say, okay, I have an alert, I wonder when the first time was, I can just at a glance see this. That's why I like to have it like this. Because it's still a great watch. For instance, the semi, what if it came, it probably won't, but what if it came back? What if it hadn't really moved from 774? Or it moved down to 768 and was just kind of hanging there? So again, as a watch list, you could say to yourself, well, okay, let's say it gets back up to 774 and then starts to run. So you could put an alert, price alert at 774, and if it triggers later on, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, profound, I know, but that's basically how I use it as a watch list. Now, another, I would never let this happen. Yes, the stop is at 17.0. Let me see here. Yeah, I've never let this is a huge stop for the CRNC. It's a huge stop because I guess it was very active. So there's the dollar. Now it's only $1, but it's a pretty active stock, volatile. That's why the stop is way down here. Not so much a specific. You'll see that if I'm in a trade and it gets close to a whole number, I'll probably take some out. I'm always wary of a stock trying to get through a whole number. So I will probably take some out, and then a bit anyway. And then if it pops through the whole number, great. Then I've still got some. If it doesn't, starts to move down, probably take some more out. But I don't. It's more of a gut feel. Okay, Scott. I'll also watch to see what the market is doing. You know, I mean, if I'm in a long trade and all of a sudden we start getting a series of red bars and the stock is kind of, you know, mapping it, it's not trading on its own, you know, I'll be paying very attention to the market. You know, I'll try to let them run as best I can, especially if it's trending with the market. So it's not a specific, if a stock is approaching the 200-day moving average, you know, I'll be wary of that also. You know, so again, I should actually start from scratch here. This is a, you know, this was a just a test trade for the buy button. So I'm gonna just start from scratch and start maybe taking some, demonstrating more trading during the day. Give me a second here, get my toolbar back. Now I'll keep this on. I will keep it on, see what happens, see if we get any new alerts. I'll keep it on. I'll try to pay a little more attention though. Try to manage the trades the way I would really do it if it was just my, you know, real money. And again, what you see here is the simulator in action. These are not the trades I am taking in my account. I am using. I mean, yeah, it's a high-powered machine. And now that's because, you know, I do a lot of things. I mean, obviously, I'm having to display the room. I'm also running YouTube, a YouTube feed. Later on, I do a video. So I mean, you know, I need a pretty powerful machine. Um, you know, you don't have to have like I mean, okay, a gaming machine would be great, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. But for my purposes, yes, I do have a high-powered machine. I don't think IFRX was shortable for me. Let me see. Yeah, IFRX unfortunately was not shortable for me. This was another, you know, a classic little PR, little one with a PR about the virus, a virus play, and just basically fading. Ah, yes, SGBX coming right back, guys. I mean, this is an interesting one because yes, they announced the financing pre-market, but it wasn't a huge one, like 400,000 or 400,000 shares at 425. So you know, about a million, a little over a million six. But I guess and I don't really know what the true float is. I mean, we have 293,000. So I guess in theory, if that is correct, now when I say that, you can go to 10 different websites and probably find 10 different float numbers. It's very difficult sometimes for these little ones that have done several reverse splits to get a really accurate float. It'll be low, regardless whether this is 293 or 500,000 or 700,000 or a million. It will be low. I've been talking about CCL. Wow, yeah. Well, I mean, this is already pre-market down, market opens down. I'm sure NCLH is the same. It's probably under 10 now. Yeah, just under 10. Okay, guys. I think we're in store now. If you're in any long play, careful. Look at the SPY. So we had a little bit of a run, but now that's a big red candle and another one following. So That's why I'm saying you asked me trading style. I mean, you have to be following what the market's doing. Unless you're in something that is absolutely doesn't care what the market's doing. It's an earnings play or it has such incredible news that it doesn't really, it's not really, doesn't really, it's not affected by what the market is doing. Fine. Not many are like that now. So that's why you always have to have the other thing. I mean, maybe a bad example today, but because virtually everything is down. But if you have your spider sector list, let's just say you wanted to get into an energy play, you should be checking what is the energy sector doing. If you remember yesterday, let's just take a look at SU as an example. So you remember yesterday, and SU has had a tremendous run. It looks like it could be over now. But if you remember yesterday, SU had another tremendous day. 2 days ago was fabulous. Yesterday it was fabulous. But also, when we were looking at OIH, one of the energy ETFs, we were looking at XLE and OIH, I think another one. Anyway, they were all at the top. So the energy sector was alive and kicking. So it's always good if you're going to get into a play long that you check to see, okay, how is the overall sector doing? Especially if it's something that probably is going to track the sector fairly closely. Again, all bets are off if it's a true alpha stock that is really completely and utterly trading on its own. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. But you see, once you get a little bit used to trading, you're always glancing, okay, what's the SPY doing? What's the sector doing? How are the charts looking? That's why you always see me talking about the daily, weekly, monthly chart. The reason why is that all of my alerts are basically at the low or the high of the day. So I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. All I have to start worrying about, okay, great, it's at the high of the day or the low of the day. What could stop it from going up? So that's why I'm looking at the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts. What sort of resistance is there? Yeah, he's around. I actually emailed him and he's still trading. He just is not in the room. But he's doing okay, he said. I will. I'll if I can remember, I will email him and. Okay, guys. Wow. So SGBX just came out of the halt. And again, for those of you who are new and wondering about, we have a halts resume, so you can see right there. So when a stock gets halted, typically when a stock gets halted, it's a 5-minute halt and that number 26 is a volatility halt, what's called a volatility halt. So it's just a computer at work. If a stock has gone up too quickly in a period of time, then it gets halted. And usually the halt is 5 minutes. You can see it's 5 minutes, 11:27, and 10 seconds. It opened right at 5 minutes. Sometimes it's 10 minutes. It's usually always a multiple of 5, but most of the time it's a 5-minute halt. All right, another little guy, Boxel, BOXL, low float, 10 million in the float, pullback, pop through $1. However, look at the daily chart. Probably a lot of resistance right around $1.10. So I mean, it's already up. I mean, it's up a huge amount. Didn't really see this one. I don't really look at the ones under $1, but I mean, it's up 70% already. But you can see just, for those of you wondering about, why I look at these charts. I mean, you can just sort of see that right there could be some blockage right there on that weekly chart. There's a lot of activity right there that could just block it from moving higher. Whereas if you look at the weekly chart here, there was nothing to block it, to getting right up to here. Imagine if all this on that weekly chart were here. It would have probably struggled mightily to get through. Now Cala could be interesting again. I mean, it held 9. I would, if I were going to take this one, which I might take this if it breaks 922 or so. You can just sort of see that even though the market, well, the market's not going down, but this I don't think is affected that much by the overall market. But but it held 9, so I'm going to stick an alert here. Now I'm taking a break pretty soon, so I'll be handing off. In fact, I should find out who is doing the YouTube, who's handling YouTube today. Okay, Michael. Okay, great. I'm assuming you can hear me. You're on the YouTube feed now, so I'm assuming you can hear me. So okay, so we're coordinated. Okay, 5 minutes before. Great, thank you. So, guys, it's a bit of a. I mean, look, there are some stocks that are trending, well. I'm not saying there aren't any, but you can just sort of see right now we're getting into a bit of choppiness in the SPY. Had a nice little run. Now it's moving down. Maybe it's going to move up. Maybe it's going to move down. Little bit of choppiness. All right, Tom. So did you disable the hardware accelerator and then close down Chrome and then reload? I should make the announcement again. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, so again, if the bottom half of my screen is blurry, you should be using Chrome as your browser and then disabling the hardware accelerator. The instructions are in tech support. If you can find the tech support tab, right there, okay? Just disable the hardware accelerator and then close the browser and reload it. And that should, 99% of the time, that'll fix the problem. And again, I do apologize for this, but I couldn't handle it anymore, guys. Unfortunately, Firefox was perfect for you guys, but it was causing my obviously. And the other thing too is now I find out that you couldn't see my pointer in Firefox, which I think you can see it now. But using Firefox, yeah, the screen was great, but my pointer, my mouse pointer was blinking like crazy, and I was getting a headache, and my eyes were going crazy, so I couldn't use it. The developer of the room, I've already asked him. He's trying to search for a fix on that. Just crazy. So how do you? Okay, can you find the tech support tab, Tom? The instructions are there. Basically, you see those 3 little dots as your Chrome settings, and then you scroll down to the bottom. Click on that and scroll to the bottom where it says Advanced. Click on Advanced, and then keep scrolling to where you see Hardware Accelerator and disable it, and then close down Chrome and then reopen it. If you can find the tech support tab, it's right there. There's the instructions right there. You might not be able to see that, but they're right there. Yeah, it really depends, I guess, Luis. Though, on I mean, I can really now that I know I can really increase that pointer size. Let's see, I'll do it. Now that I know that that's not going to affect, but it also I think depends on your screen resolution and a lot of different things. I mean, for some people, it's probably fine. I mean, I can go crazy. Just a second here. I mean, I can go crazy. Now it's really big. I'll leave it like that. It doesn't matter to me. How's that? The symbol list I'm using. You might have to do some additions. Okay. Here are the symbols that I've got in. Unfortunately, it's not shareable. Okay, so here are the symbols, Don. So, whoops, there. It doesn't really. It doesn't. It does. Well, there they are. Hopefully, you can see them. These are the symbols that I'm using. You can create your own symbol list and put them in. Oh, so now you can't see my pointer? The fact that I've got it so huge? God, I can't win. How can you not see it? The fact that I increase it, why would that... Here's the deal, guys. I can't please everybody. The problem is that, everybody's computer systems or, your configurations are a little bit different. Okay, so no pointer. Okay. I wonder if it's because I made the change. I shouldn't have done that. And it's not taking effect unless I close down the window. I don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff. Okay, let me go back to where it was. Now I do understand. Then I have to. I might have to close down the room and real. I don't know. As they say, that'll learn me. Just give me a second here. I'll go back to the other size, to the previous size, and see if that. Just gotta find. Give me a moment here. There. Okay, now let's see. All right, I put it back. If you can't see it, then I understand what's happening. I guess it's not taking for some reason. And there it goes. Yes, SGBX. Look out! What a move! And it's probably above yesterday's high, right at yesterday's high, guys. That's what listen, I could not have predicted this, but when I saw the financing they did, it wasn't excessive. Not like they said 10 million shares or 20 million shares or some crazy thing. I mean, they raised very, very little money, about 1.6 million or something. Not shortable for me at IB. So guys, can you see my pointer now that I've gone back to the previous size? Luis excluded. Okay, so I guess that's interesting. So if I make it super big, you can't see it. All right. The pointer is not as important as, of course, all I'm doing is clicking on a chart, and so you can see the charts that I'm looking at. But yeah, that's what I'll try that tomorrow, Calvin. Okay, I'll have like a huge pointer and see if that works. That seems to be, that's what I kind of thought. It's so funny, guys. I read an article about BlackBerry. This is before earnings today from Motley Fool Canada, trying to compare where BlackBerry is to where Netflix was at the beginning of the decade, and saying this could be the next Netflix. It could be. You know, you guys don't remember, but Netflix, was completely and utterly trashed. I think it was around $10 at some point. It had fallen dramatically. And then they said they were going to get into streaming services, and the analysts completely said, there's no way they can recover. There is flying. It's not that good. I mean, look, it is what it is, okay? But if you click on the links section, there is a demo, okay? So it's 15 to 20 minutes delayed. You have no charts, no Brokerage Plus. You can create alert windows and all that. So it gives you an idea, but there's the demo, okay? You do need I think you still need a Google or a Facebook account to sign into it. Okay? All right, guys. Let's see. So it took this one. Look how few shares it took. Why did it do that? Because look where the stop was. That's because it's such a volatile SGBA. This did this. Look at the rip it had. Took it around there, and look at the rip it had. Now it doesn't mean you can't add if you really liked it. Okay, can you guys hear me? Did I accidentally? Hopefully that's not a. Okay, good. Okay, I think I accidentally clicked on the mute button. Yeah, I'm checking out the AI less than 20. Here's a nice one, but the spread is bad. 1616 on the alert for KNSA, but the spread is pretty tough. Tough. Wow, that is really whipping down. There's KNSA, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Again, this is testing. But I almost took it, but then I looked at the spread. 1565, 1596. You can't trade that. I mean, you might get lucky. It could collapse to 14, but man, oh man. Okay, I am looking. There's a new beta out. Let's see what the differences are. This is this is not available yet for you guys. don't see a minimum. I don't see a minimum volume yet. I'm just going to check. Now, let's take a look at this one now. So, I mean, you can see, I mean, this still has room. I mean, you look at that weekly chart, I mean, it still has room up to this area. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying that it still has room. Look at the volume. Look at the volume this week compared to, you can't even see it. I mean, it's exponential, of course. That's why you can't even see it. But yesterday's volume, I don't know what it is. It's probably about 25 million. Okay, Razorback. If you can click on the tech support tab, there is the fix if you can find it. Okay, basically you have to use Chrome as your browser, and then you have to click on the Chrome browser settings, scroll to the bottom where it says advanced, click on advanced, scroll down to where it says hardware accelerator, disable it. You have to disable your hardware accelerator. And once you do that, then close down the browser and reload it, and that should solve the problem, okay? Okay, guys, I'm getting close to... I have no answer. I see a question about... Cash, I'm going to have to send you... I'm going to have to send you to the home page. I'll have to take a look at your... Start a live chat right there, okay? I don't know why, but start a live chat right there telling that you want to get into the homepage, okay? Or into the homepage, into the trading room. Tell them, yeah, you can go into YouTube, but you want to join us in the trading room too. I have no idea in terms of the stocks getting paid for dividends, Double B. I have no idea. You may want to just do a Google search on that. I really don't know. The question was, how long do you have to own a stock to get paid for dividends? Well, DTSS was really active in the pre-market. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, look, maybe it's basing here. Low float, 4 million. Super active, but I just don't like these. I mean, the way they... To me, it could get really going again if it takes out 250 or so. All right, I'm just going to post that in there. So Double B, this was somebody posted this, okay, regarding your dividend, okay, your dividend question. Somebody posted that in the trading room, okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to start setting up for my break. Michael, I am ready. So just give me a little countdown. Just tell me when you're okay. I'll do the countdown. Okay. So you're ready to take over. Just I'm going to see what you answer me. You're ready to take over. Okay. So I'm just going to do the countdown. When you hear one, I'm gone. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Look back to when midnights broke their sleep, awaken our memories of when we would make believe. Collide, colors of the masquerade. Watch as they fall away, faceless under faces made. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Spring would lie in summer showers. In my hair were winter flowers. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Seasons multiplying power that I found in winter flowers. Turn back, I see rivers beyond the light, ancient roads in broken design, angels running through our minds. Look up, your city's built on marble floors, neon lights in the falling snow. Those nights back in Tokyo. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Spring would lie in summer showers. In my hair were winter flowers. And weeks went by but felt like hours. Seasons multiplying power that I found in winter flowers.
Hey guys, and testing. So let me know that you can hear me and everything's okay. Apologize for a bit of the rough job today already. I'm not as prepared as I normally am when I do this. I ventured into the grocery store today, so that was kind of my wild day today. So I'm kind of running back and getting everything set up as it happens. So screen might be a little bit more cluttered than normal, but if someone can just let me know that you hear me and everything is okay, that would certainly help me out. I usually have this up and running on like an iPad or something, but rush job. Thankfully, it doesn't look like everything is ending out there. there was still a lot of food and things like that. Okay, I just checked on that and that worked. Okay. So if you guys are new here, what we do for kind of 1 hour in the middle of the day is give Barry a much needed little break, and we hang out and answer any and all questions that you guys may have on trade ideas, trading. My specialty here as the guy who builds a lot of the algorithms for Holly and is an algorithmic trader myself. That's kind of my focus. The backtester, Holly, Brokerage Plus, anything to do with kind of machine learning and auto trading and that type of stuff. That's my specialty. But I have been using trade ideas for many, many years, probably 13, 14 now. So I can answer any question you guys have. But just know that this hour is your hour, right? You can do kind of whatever it is that you like and ask whatever kind of questions you have. So I hope everyone is surviving the market fine. It's been a pretty wild one for sure. I guess the press conference last night, the market didn't like too much about. So let's take a look at here on what's happening. And I'm going to do a technical analysis of the markets. I'm going to take you through some of the live positions I have on right now and some of the demo positions that I have, because I trade on both. Basically, if I have a strategy that I'm not 100% sure on and I want to, when I'm done back testing it, I go and forward test it after that. And the forward test has to do a lot with just watching it live, right? I don't really like the concept of forward testing. I don't like how they word it, but that's the technical term, I guess. So couple things I want to do is, if you guys don't know, we have an anchored VWAP tool within Trade Ideas. So we have the ability to anchor a VWAP to any point in time. And I want to do some of that analysis on the SPY here. So I'm going to anchor a VWAP to this top before we had turned down and see how close we are to that. It's probably better to do that on a little longer term chart. So let's zoom out maybe to a daily or an hourly chart. Time frame, and let's look at the daily here. So we're still a long way off of that VWAP from the highs. You can see it here. It's what this blue line is going to be. And I'll just remove the intraday VWAP right now. There we go. So we've got a long way to go here. So if anyone doesn't know what anchored VWAP is, if you're not familiar with the concept of VWAP at all, I'm going to send you to Brian Shannon. And he's kind of the inventor and the guy who's been touting this the most and the longest. So we built it for him and his followers. But essentially VWAP is just looking at the average price that someone paid, that the entire market paid for a security. So you can see right now the average price that people paid for the market since the top, we're still well above. And the last thing I wanted to check here real quick is an anchored VWAP from the bottom. And you can see we're coming up and we're kind of hitting that right now. So very interesting kind of sandwich pattern that we're seeing here. First question, and thank you. I like questions. They help this hour go by quickly for us, and you know, we like teaching, and that's why we're here. Can you help me put together a scanner similar to Ross Momentum Scanner? I don't know. I don't follow Warrior Trading myself. I'm just not in that space of the trying to scalp really low floaters. But what I'll say is we actually have something similar built into the system. So if you go to your channel bar and you go to Alpha Predator channel, we actually have this Alpha Predator stream, which is looking for low float stocks that are pushing up and kind of making new highs on volume. So grabbing this window might actually be a good place to start. So let's take a look at what this had today. And if there is, if you have more specifics on how his window would work, how you think his window would work, then I can certainly show you how to build that. But I just don't know too much about the guy other than he is big into these low volume, low float type plays and is like a momentum player. So, CEMI, this scan would have alerted you right on this candle that you're seeing right here. Actually, let me bring out my Epic pen so I can highlight. I don't know where that went. There it is. So you can see on this candle right in here, kind of as it broke this area, that would have alerted you on CEIM. And again, if you have any feedback on things that you want more for these scans to do, this would have also alerted you on this one right in here on this candle, right under that blue line there. The other scan that's actually really good, that I'll actually just share you this cloud link, and this is something that Andy built for his own scanning, is he calls Extreme Master Blaster, I think it's called, but it's, yeah, here it is. Stocks that are moving up dramatically. So there's some under $10 stocks, there's some over $10 stocks, but things that are moving kind of in a really fast momentum kind of driven market. So I'm going to share this one with you, and this might be the best place to start, to be honest. So let me grab you that link and go over to that monitor and paste that in, and there you go. So take a look at that and see if there's anything that you want to change or don't want to change. Looks like I finally turned green on this little, what we're looking at here today. Thankfully, got a lot of shorts going on here, and the market looks like we could be breaking down lows here. I always like to just move these two lines I have to mark important levels, which is there and there. Looks like we could break lows and move lower here, and I am positioned pretty much entirely short. Actually entirely short, so that's good. Another question, do you have any understanding of what VWAP 10.2 looks like Bollinger Bands? Yeah, that's just a standard deviation away from VWAP. So if you want to get into that, I could show you how you could, it wouldn't show it on a chart, but I could show you how you could build a scan for that. But what we do is, because we have our standard deviation filter built right into the system, but you could, and this subtracts it kind of from the closing price, but you could subtract it from VWAP as well. So we can say how many standard deviations we are away. And if you're ever wondering on, what this is and what it means, if you click help, it will open up this browser here and it will go right to it. So standard deviation, and this is from the close. And it shows how many standard deviations. So what all Bollinger Bands is, and all of what you're looking for, is essentially the VWAP standard deviation that I've seen in Thinkorswim, is just taking the value of that instrument and how much it moves on an average day, and adding one standard deviation to it and subtracting one standard deviation away from it. And then that's it. And the same with Bollinger Bands, right? Bollinger Bands are an interesting instrument, but they're certainly not magic. It is a 20-day moving average and adding one standard deviation and subtracting one standard deviation from it. So if you'd like, we can get into the custom formulas for that. But what I would just say, if you're looking for things that are making large standard deviation moves, you can just go in and say, I want a standard deviation breakout and breakdown. Add these filters in and say 2 and 2. And you want some volume, maybe you want relative volume 2 or whatever that is. And I can share this to you when I'm done. And we'll just call this an SD breakout. And there, now we've got a scan that's looking for stocks that are above or below what a 2 standard deviation move would be. So you can see this is up 2 standard deviations for the day. You can go, now this is based off of the opening price and not VWAP, but we could build a custom to apply it to VWAP if you want it. So let me give that to you. And again, these are great starting places. Customize them obviously as you'd like to have volume or, you know, a price, right? Some people like certain prices, some people don't. But that's the scan for that. And I actually have something like this that just shows me, okay, what are, you know, BOXL, when it was way up here, where'd that alert at? 94 cents. That alerted right up in this area. Like, call it there. And right, that's 7 standard deviations on the day. So if I saw that coming through my alert, then you know that that's what? So 7 standard deviations is 99.99999% of the time the stock wouldn't have made a move that big. And I use standard deviations a lot in my trading. And if anyone follows me on Twitter, and if you don't, I'm going to shamelessly plug my Twitter name right there. I look at gappers in a different way than most. And gap down, where do I have? Yeah, so what I do is I actually rank, these are the gaps, and I rank them by standard deviation. So I can filter this top list, and right now it doesn't look too good, but each morning I take a look at this, and it shows me in the morning how big a stock move is. So then the question is always, okay, why not just like everybody else does say, oh, this stock's up 3%. That's a significant move. Let me take that trade. Well, the way I do it is I say, okay, if it's a 3% move, but if the stock's $1, that's only 3 cents. It's not interesting to me. And conversely, if I say, oh, well, I want things that gap up $1, well, then Google would be on that list every day because, you know, if you look at Google, you know, it's always going to gap up or down at least $1, right? It's a $1,100 security. So a lot of what I do is saying, okay, I want to compare this gap on the stock to what a normal move would be on that stock. So I only want anything that's kind of 2 standard deviation move or above, or I'm not really interested in that security. So it's, you know, I did a video that I'll find and give to you that's just called Relativity in Trading. And it's talking about how you should always, when you're doing any kind of scanning or alerting or anything like that, relativity in trading, you should always look at, take this, copy that. You should always look at the security by itself and say, hey, what is that particular security look like compared to how it always looked? You know, for example, SYK is down a fair amount based on how much it normally moves on a gap, right? It only does this 66% of the time. So if you go to a 3 standard deviation and say I only want things over 3 standard deviations, then that means it's only 1% of the time or so that, 2 standard deviations is 68%, 1 standard deviation, 68%, 2 standard deviations, 95, and 3 is 98. So anywhere in the 3 standard deviation area, you know this is like a 1% move for that individual stock. Like it never happens. And thankfully, if anyone is following the Back to Basics series I'm doing with my fiance Jess, where I'm teaching her to trade now that we're locked in the same house together for who knows how long, we actually talk about that in the next episode. That's all about normal distribution and why stocks are not normally distributed, and you know why trends exist and how you can trade trends and all of that type of stuff. So that's a long ramble for a simple question, but until we have questions, a lot of them, there's going to be a lot of long rambles. So if you got a question, ask them about trade ideas, about trading, about me, about the company, about whatever you guys want. This is just an hour to hang out with customers, current customers, potential customers, people who need support, people who don't, and they just want to chat. A volatile day for the P&L here. I'll check. You get a little glimpse into my life here, which, warning, is scary because I run multiple versions of trade ideas all the time. Sometimes as much as like 5, testing and trading and doing different things like that. No rest for the wicked. So what you're seeing now, this window right here, is actually a window that is kind of focused on my testing. So I build the algorithms for Holly. So what I first do is come up with the idea, run it through our back tester, optimize it, make sure that there's some sort of academic study done that backs up my findings. And then I plug it into our sim, which you're seeing here, and I have it trade it for me all day. So question, how is Holly 2.0 for swings coming? So the swing Holly was delayed a little bit. We're waiting for our devs to finish some back-end work, as well as extending out our backtesting window a little bit. But Holly 2.0 is actually going to change to a Holly that's focusing entirely on under $20 stocks. And that is currently built and up and running and in testing. So since you guys are putting up with me rambling, allow me to take a look. And this will be the first time I look today because I have spent the last 2.5 hours at grocery stores. And let's take a look. Let's see what has the under 20 Holly done for us today. And this is it here. So I have my own server, and it looks like it's beating all the other Hollies today, which is a good thing. And this is the under 20 Holly that we are looking at. And let's just go through all the trades and see what happens. So again, this is the importance when it comes to testing these things, is I just don't back test a scenario and have it fed through the machine learning AI and say, here you go, guys. It's done. I trade it. What I do is I do a bake-off, so to speak, where what I do is I take a look and I say, okay, this is how, this is what the Holly that I've built has done, and this is what Holly 2.0 is doing, and I'll compare those. So I built Neo kind of from the ground up, but I sat on Neo for maybe 6 months while I compared it to the current Neo and tried to figure out kind of what the difference was. Okay, so another question. Are there plans to add any new alerts or filters? We are adding new alerts and filters all the time. If there's anything in particular that you're interested in, let me know. But just this year alone, or maybe into a little bit of last year, we've added 10 period moving average for all of these time frames and daily. And then we also have added in our anchored VWAPs. So if you want to run a scan off the current day VWAP, you can do that. The second, third, fourth, and fifth, you have that as well. So that would be a week-long VWAP, right? A 2-day VWAP. I see requests for 8 EMAs. I would love EMAs as well, but that's currently not on the list, I don't believe. from what I've understood is, I guess, the computational power behind them when it comes to Holly is way higher than an SMA. Super trend. Now, have you actually looked into these? Because often, and I'm just going to Google this while I talk to you on another screen. I've never heard about these, and there is no magic indicator. We all know this. If there was a magic indicator that just made a bunch of money, you would never hear about it. And the story I always tell about that is the guy who invented the Black-Scholes model is neither Black nor Scholes. He is some random guy that sat on it for years and milked as much money out of it as he could while not telling a soul, and then abandoned it when Black and Scholes came around and found out the same thing he did. But often, if I take a look, I'm just Google this indicator. Again, there's no benefit, there's no magic to them, so I just want to see what they are, because maybe we can reproduce something similar enough that it would be close. So there has to be some sort of calculation. Like people talk about Keltner channels. Well, that's just a 10-day moving average plus or minus an ATR. Simple things from there. So I'm just reading about the super trend right now, and it seems like it's just an ATR calculation. So it is the high plus the low. And here, let me show you this. Can I show you this, guys, without breaking everything? Screen's going to go black for one quick moment. And I apologize. And this, I think, is a good, we will never have everything built into the system because everybody trades something differently, right? And everybody thinks their indicator is the one that's going to make them rich. And from someone who's been trading for many years, it's not. I can guarantee you that. So all this super trend indicator is the high plus the low divided by 2 times the ATR. So we can do that in the system on a daily basis if you would like, and you can scan for it, but there's no magic here. You take whatever the high is plus the low, you divide it by 2, and you add in, or you multiply that, or you add in ATR. And that's it. So let's take a look. Let's go into Trade Ideas, and we'll go to the formula editor, and I'll give you a show on how you can build that in. Certainly no magic there at all. Custom formulas, and I'm going to have to edit one, but I'm using all of these, so I'll just edit it in Smart Stop times 2 and get rid of that. So if you are new to the formula editor, you can actually build your own formulas in Trade Ideas, where you can go in, and if you scroll to the bottom of this formula page, which is found on your particular account page, you can click on this PDF, which will give you some information, and click on this filter codes and create new. So let's zoom this down, and let's zoom this down. So let's take let's do it with yesterday's. So we go through and we say, okay, well, here's everything you can reference. So how do I reference yesterday's high? Let's just do it for yesterday to make life easy, doing this on the fly. There's today. Okay, so there's yesterday's high. So I take that formula and I'll copy it over to my formula editor, and I'll put in today's high, and we'll add that to today or yesterday's low, and we will divide that by 2, and then we will add an ATR. So we just need to go, and again, if it's in this document, and these are all found at the bottom of the formula editor page, if it's in this document or if it's in this list here, you can reference it within Trade Ideas and do whatever math you'd like to it. So we just need to find, is it not in alphabetical? Yeah, average true range. And we add in average true range. So, and this is Super Friends, Super Trend long. And we'll just make it a dollar amount and click save. Now we have, if it says saved here, you're good. If it says partially saved, it means there was an issue in your formula. And that's it. So that we built the upper band of the super trend indicator. We can currently do this on today's data or yesterday's data. It would be more difficult to do it on intraday data, but you could try. And then once we get, we'll go back to our, right here. And I have to show you in which account. This account. And let's just add it to like a single stock window for now. But you can see after we built it, if we right click and click configure, come on. And whatever you labeled it, super trend long, it should be called upper or something, and show column. And there we go. So the value of the super trend indicator on Blue Apron is 1674. That's the upper bounds according to the website that has the math. And that's an important kind of rant, I guess, about indicators. Is all they are is some degradation of price and volume. You guys can see, just so you don't think I'm a huge hypocrite, but you can see on my charts that I do use a short-term moving average. It's just I've trained my eye to take a look at that and see that there's a direction to it. But if you think that there is an indicator out there that will make you money in the stock market all on its own, I have a horrible reality that you can either believe me or not. Just know that at some point you will believe me, because I've been there. There's no magic formula or equation or anything like that. Now, again, all these are tools. So if it's a tool that you have written into a well-written research trading plan, and that's one indicator that you're going to combine with a bunch of other things and price action and whatever, then indicators can be helpful in that way. For example, if you're someone who chases stocks a lot, you may say, I'm going to, that's an interesting looking chart. You might say, hey, I'm going to put an RSI on it and tell me that if the RSI is overextended, I'm not going to take it. And you can use indicators like that and filter it out. And, but yeah, just don't ever as a trader say, if I had access to this indicator, then I would be a profitable trader. If you can't be a profitable trader with just price action, then it will not help with anything else. But again, not to crap on anyone who uses indicators, just they're tools. They're tools like anything else. Any sneak peeks on what's coming in the next beta? Not the next beta, but what you're looking at right now is an in-development Holly. You'll notice that your guys' Hollies look way different. And this is an in-development Holly for traders that like to trade stocks under $20. Barry has been championing. He's been cracking the whip, making sure I've been getting on this, because he says he gets a lot of people in the room that are interested in trading stocks that are under $20 exclusively. Maybe it's, their account size or something like that. So I've been kind of working hard to build something that's focusing only on stocks under $20. And this will probably overwrite Holly 2.0 sometime in the next few months. Again, I'm in the background every day comparing what did my dev Holly do versus what did the current Holly do, and any tweaks I think I can make. And then I've got access to a whole set of tools that are kind of exclusive for me that are helping out with that as well. Yeah, JF. So we had a little bit of a chat here with Brokerage Plus. So I'll show you how I do it. So you see that these three top channel bars here are different. So this docked trade is for, so I do everything off. I've got a 15-inch MacBook Pro and one of those USB-C hubs, right, where you can plug in one thing and it does a couple monitors and your keyboard and mouse and printer and the microphone and all this. So when I dock it into that, I've got access to this. I'm not a 35 monitor guy. I've got one monitor. It's big. I think they call it an ultra wide. But anyway, so I've got a mode that I dock it into, and I've got a giant monitor. So I've got that trade. I also have my nighttime scan, which this is focusing on different candlestick setups, which is a lot of how I trade. I look for candlestick setups in a direction of a certain trend and some other things as well. And then I've got my trading one, and this is I call it MacBook Trade because it's when I'm out of this office, which I leave after this stream every day and go sit somewhere else just for a change of scenery. But what you'll notice is that I can switch between those, and my Brokerage Plus window here remains the same. And the way I did that is I just I save this layout because this is, I would consider my main layout for this. So I save this to the cloud, and I just save, locally to save the default layout. I also have it saved to the cloud. And then within Brokerage Plus, I just pin this, right? So I know that this main layout that it opens up to every morning has my Brokerage Plus the way I like it. I don't really like that profit continuum. I have my strategies built in here, and I have them all. I run the back test on them every morning. You can see this is the equity chart of this particular system I'm running at the time. So I have all this saved, right? And it's saved to the cloud and locally. And then all I do is every morning when I open up the system, I can go to Holly, and you can see because it's pinned, it's staying back there. So there's nothing moving with this. So this will remain the same regardless of what's going on. I can go and I can check out what Barry's windows are, and it's still here. It's right behind the window, and everything is fine there. And then, when it comes to things like my docked trade, you'll see it always has kind of a spot that I can just slide Brokerage Plus into, maybe with a little bit of readjustment, and then away we go. So I basically build my layouts around Brokerage Plus so that when I'm switching between layouts, that I don't have to move, I don't have to do too much to it. So basically I have a layout for when I'm docked and sitting here in the morning. I have a layout for when I take my laptop and I go sit on the back deck or in the kitchen or wherever I need a change of scenery in the afternoon. And then I've got my nighttime scan here as well, which I don't need Brokerage Plus for, so it hides behind the other one. So the question is, so the other ones don't get saved with Brokerage Plus. I don't personally. I have one saved as Brokerage Plus with my main window, and I have that set up the way that I like it. And then I pin Brokerage Plus so that when I switch back and forth, it's always the same. But when I launch every night, when I close down Trade Ideas, I make sure it's at this layout and I save it all. So it's on the local computer. This is a VPS, but it's on the VPS. And then it's able to kind of get switched around. Because to be honest, during the day, I'm either on this layout or I'm on the docked one. I'm on this one right now because I've got one of those ultra-wide monitors, and that would probably look pretty weird for you guys if I streamed in that resolution. So I hope that makes sense. Again, we're always looking to improve these things and streamline them a bit, but we are a bit of a small shop, so we kind of make do with what we got. And again, questions, please ask questions. I'm here for another 25 minutes. And yeah, I'm just going through. These are all the trades that the Dev Holly made today. This ELP is interesting. I don't think I would put the stop way up there if I traded it. I think I'd put it, and these are the kind of notes that I take to myself all the time. This stop probably could have been in this area, and the trade would have been just as invalid, and that would have saved you about 10 cents on a 20-cent stop. So that shrinks the stop in half, and that cranks up the probability. No, you weren't wrong. So the question was, I thought Holly was going to change for swing trading. So you were not wrong about that. But the problem is the back end work just needs it. What you got to understand with trade ideas is the raw power that is being put out on a daily basis is immense, right? It's running through, our back tester runs through 1 minute candles. It goes on a 1 minute candle basis, right? So if I'm back testing for a day at a time, and optimizing with days of additional data at a time, that's a lot already, because it's, we run 1 million simulations, and we run 1 million simulations every single night, and we do that on the entire universe of stocks in the market. So it's a complex system in and of itself. But when it comes to being able to swing trade, we want to be able to go back with our testing longer than an intraday basis. We want to go back on a daily basis, and we want to go back for an incredibly long period of time. So we have to improve some back-end work. Also, any of the adaptive stop algorithms we have are all tooled right now on a daily basis. So think about it like a factory. Right now, Trade Ideas is a day trading factory, and for short-term swing traders, which is what I am. And it does well with that, but we need to retool the back end in order for it to be able to produce swing trades in the same kind of reliability with the same kind of data set. We do a lot of back end statistics, which I'll talk about here, and one guy will get. But we do walk forward testing, we do genetic algorithms, we do out of sample testing, all of these different things that just require immense amount of calculating power. And if we were just to try to switch it on for a swing trading thing, it wouldn't work right now. So we just have to go back and do some tweaks as well. And that's just, kind of a symptom of, we are a small shop. So we're doing what we can, kind of thing. But no, you're not wrong. 2.0 was intended to be a swing trading one for now, just so that I can continue to update Holly and produce new things while the devs are working in the back end, because I'm not a developer myself. I want to be able to continue to work and give you guys improvement to Holly while they're doing their work. So we're pushing everything along. Everything's going to be updated and changed. It's just a matter of kind of when. I had a request to look up the Ravi indicators. That'd be one I'd be able to create. I don't know. Never heard of these. Ravi trading indicator. So this looks like it's Forex focused to begin with. Jeez, this got to be careful clicking on these indicator websites. A lot of them are scams, because again, they're trying to sell you something that says, "Oh, this makes money." No, it doesn't. The trader makes money. Try Ravi trading indicator math. How is it actually calculated? And I can show you guys this. All I'm doing is Googling, because I know there's no magic here. It's just something. It's just everything has to be price and volume calculated. So this is a 65 period moving average subtracted from a 7 period moving average, and that's it. We could do a 50 subtracted by an 8. Again, if it's not profitable with a 65 and a 7, or if it's not profitable with a 50 and an 8, It's not profitable with a 65 and 7, right? It's not, you know what I mean? It's not that big of a difference. So you could go and take a 55 and a 7, but that seems like an incredibly basic indicator that is no different really from a MACD. So the MACD is just the difference between two indicators. So we don't have a 7 MA and we don't have a 65 MA, but we have a 50 MA and an 8 MA, which, right, again, as now that we've demystified this Ravi indicator, we know it's just two indicators subtract from each other. All you do is go in, get out of here with your pop-ups. You'd go in, you'd say, okay, well, what do I have for indicators here? I have a 50 SMA and I have an 8 period over here. I know we have 8 period moving averages. Let's just search for 8 MA. There you go. So you subtract that number from this number, or if you can find something in here that's a closer approximation by doing the math, go right ahead. You would, for example, say this, this, subtract, and I'm just grabbing 2 at random, but you just find the 2 that you think are the closest, this, and then away you go. But, again, important to note, now we know what the Ravi indicator is. It's a 65 period moving average, and you subtract a 7 period moving average, and then somehow that's supposed to make you a bunch of money. But that one's an easy one. So if you got any more like that one's there's nothing special there at all. And super. I like looking at these though. I always like to see what he's calling it the Ravi indicator, but a MACD I think is a 26 period and a 16 or something like that. So he basically stole a MACD and said, yeah, this is mine. This is my indicator. Let's just change the numbers a little bit and away we go. Question from Jason. I asked Steve about how to maximize Ollie's result. He mentioned only using Neo and let AI manage the entry and manually exit in moderate mode. Your thoughts? Okay, so first of all, I'm going to talk about my bias here. I built Neo. Neo is my brainchild into trade ideas. So just to get that out of the way. But I wholeheartedly agree with Steve, because if you go to Neo, what you'll notice, although not profitable today, and not always ever going to be profitable every day, there's no strategy that is, it gave you a chance here to do way better than the AI did. For example, here on IMMU, when you short a $10.23 stock and it goes down almost $1 on you, if you're not taking some off the table and moving your stop down to break even, I think that you should. That's a 10% move you got in your direction there on that one. And same with SKT, whereas this one didn't. Maybe that happened really, really fast, which it looks like it did. But if you got stopped out of this one for a full loss up here, I would disagree with that as well. The way I would trade this one, and again, I was out at the grocery store today, so I wasn't trading this one live, is I would have gotten stopped out in this area. So I would have had a profit on half my position in SKT and a loss in, a profit in IMMU and a loss in SKT, and I probably would have had a break-even day. What we've noticed happens if you go into history, and let's take a look at some of these, is on stocks like this that Neo triggered yesterday, you had this kind of strong push up, and you could have put your stop right here. You would either been stopped out here, or if you had had a little bit of wider stop, it continued on in the day. But because, so just to let you guys know the difference between Neo and the other AIs is the current AI has 70, I think, base strategies in it, and it filters all those down by night and tries to get to a place where there's 4 or 5 strategies for you guys to trade. Neo, for example, has 4 strategies in it, and they're always the same 4 strategies. But so instead of filtering them out every night, it heavily focuses and optimizes those 4 strategy. Those 4 strategies are a breakout, long and short, and a trend continuation, long and short. But what the real crux of it is, Neo uses the ability of us to look at and compare volume data to the past and make sure it's only focusing on the stocks that are in play today. It's only focusing on what is the big mover, what is the big thing going on today. So what happens is Neo's win rate is relatively low, and if you've followed me at all, I even do this thing on Twitter where I tweet how win rate doesn't matter. And what I do is I tweet when I'm up big on the day with like a 30% win rate. But what happens is when Neo hits it, it hits it right because there is a lot of news and a momentum and a catalyst on it. So as long as you're keeping your risk as tightly as you can with Neo, what you're going to notice is you may go a week or 2 with not great results, and then every now and then it's going to bang one out of the park. And that's kind of how trading works. And anyone who says, I sit down every day and I make $500 and I go home, run away from that person. They're lying to you, right? But there are people who make consistent profits. But what generally you'll find with most traders, if you went and delve deep into their P&L, is maybe the guy made $20K that month. But probably what happened is he made $100 and $200, most days. And then he had a couple days where he really hit the big winners and he got the 80%. It's all that 80-20 rule of his profits in that time. And that's kind of my synopsis and my thinking behind Neo is I wanted something that as long as the people manage their risk well, that every once in a while it's going to blow one right out of the park. So that's why I think Steve was suggesting trading Neo in a risk-on mode, whereas kind of you're managing the risk himself. Because if you pick a moving average or some sort of trailing stop system, then you can kind of you're always going to be out for the ones that don't work right away, and you're always going to be able to stay in for the ones that really kind of blow out of the water, which there's been some real doozies there in Neo. So another indicator request. I thought I would have talked you guys out of this stuff by now. Again, find me one guy who's super rich auto trading just one indicator, and I will wait. But let's take a look at this one. Maybe this one's magic. Again, what I would say is these are tools. They're like anything else. If you don't have a back-tested trading plan that you've actually shown the statistical efficacy of this indicator, I would not really waste your time. But Aaron up, Aaron down, trading indicator math. And these are, right, that's all I'm typing in. I typed in Aaron up, Aaron down, indicator math. And I can't, it's trying to say I'm thinking of arrow. So there is nothing I can find on Google for this. If you can find something on Google, let me know. You can email me. Again, my YouTube, I'm going to plug something cool that I'm doing on my YouTube is I'm, again, teaching my fiance Jessica to trade. But I also have my email under all of my YouTube videos there. You can fire me an email. Again, I can't find anything for this Aaron up, Aaron down indicator. I would be willing to bet that this is, again, as we saw with what was it, the super trend and the Ravi, these were people just stealing indicators that already existed. And Aaron. Oh, did I find it here? May have found it here. They're just taking indicators that, because you got to remember, the only things that exist in the market that are true and are there are price and volume. Everything else is a derivation in some way, shape, or form of price and volume. So Aaron up and Aaron down seems like if it's up 25 days, if it's over a 25-day high, then it gives you an up arrow, and if it's under a 25-day low, it gives you a down one. And again, I don't mind showing you this. There's no magic here. So here's how it's calculated. If it's up 25 days since the 25-day high, you just divide this. Now we don't have a 25-day high, but that might be for Forex. We have a 20-day high. And again, you can find all this stuff right here. High open, where is it? There's high 20 days. So you could use a 20-day, and then all you do is you copy this in, you Google your indicator, you put it in here. So it's right, 25-day high. You try to say, am I above that? Times by 100. And there you go. This one I'm actually the least impressed with of all of them, to be honest. As a guy who studies these things, it's all it's doing. Oh no, and I don't want it to seem like I'm ragging on you guys in particular, but I just want you to know that even if we don't have an indicator, you might be able to come up with something close, and then people usually come back to us and say, no, I need this exact thing. And my argument's not really. You don't really. If 25 days makes you rich and 20 days doesn't, then there's some sort of magic in there I don't understand. But it seems to just be a 20-day high breakout. This one's on the Nifty. Is the Nifty the Indian? Like the Indian SPY, I think. I'm supposed to know that. I'm taking level 3 of my CMT if I still can write it in a month or so, and we have to memorize all those. Now, what I will say, and this is something that could be a little hint to you guys as well, I'm working on expanding our chart indicator set out. Right now, it's pretty limited. I have the ability to get... We are building the ability to have me build indicators, which is needlessly complicated, but I guess that's the truth. That's the way it's happening. When we get there, you'll start to notice the indicator set will increase, but it's a different program than the scanning one. So you may need to, it's a different program from the back end. You guys, it's all the same thing, but so you'll see more indicators in there. You won't be able to scan for it. But this one, it seems like the best way to do it would be just to, and this is just based off of whoever's website this is. I guess I should give credit to moneycontrol.com, which is what we're reading right there. It looks like you should just look for consolidations that are above their 20-day high. So the easiest way to do that, I would say, is to just go into the system and use our position in 20-day range and consolidation filters. Let's go back to my trading setup. How am I doing? Oh, things turned around nicely. That's good. If I go in and I right click, you can say that there is, let's just do a 25-day breakout. Let's make this as and if we just say new high, and then if you click next to the box in new high and you put in 25, this will be a 25-day breakout, and you can say you want that to be in the position in 20-day range, and you're going to make that you want it to be well above the 20-day range. So we'll put a minimum of 100, and let's make the volume today 500,000. Is that 5 million? 1, 2, 3, 6, that's 5 million. That's a big number. I bet you there's going to be nothing right now that's breaking out of that 20, other than maybe inverse ETFs, and There one, right? So this one made a new 20-day high, well above its 25-day range. So this would be the Aaron up, which that guy's got to work on his name. That the super trend I liked. Even the Ravi I think is a cool, but just Aaron up. Seems like he could go back to the drawing board with that and learn a little bit more about cool names. If I ever built an indicator, the name would be awesome. Just gonna see if there are any more questions. Ask them away. You've got another 4 or 5 minutes till you're back with Barry, I think. I'm just checking over on another screen to see if he's back and around. I do not see Barry, so I'm still here. So continue to keep me busy. What else do we got? We got another few minutes anyway. I like studying these indicators because I like to see how different people trade. Because my synopsis is that you never want to go to where the secret is, right? If there's a guy who's created an indicator and he thinks it's great and it's the only guy that knows about it, it's really not a good indicator. Because what happens in trading is if you're the only one that thinks the stock's a good stock, then you're wrong because no one's going to be behind it buying you. The whole point of trading is to say, I am going to buy something that other people are going to be interested in and they're going to buy it from me at a higher price. So the more that I think that I learn about how other people trade and how other people price in different securities, so that I can figure out that, okay, if it breaks, like the 200-day moving average is probably the biggest self-fulfilling prophecy in all of trading. There's no magic behind that particular number, but it works because so many people watch a 200-day moving average. So what you do quite often is you get all these games around it as different people try to fight to figure out what it is. And it's the same with VWAP on an intraday basis. If we, take a look at the SPY here, see what this looks like. You can see when this came back the other day and touched VWAP, it bounced. And then when it broke through VWAP yesterday, it kind of fell apart. And today when it broke through VWAP, it fell apart. You can see it does, and again, no magic here, but this is something that you could combine with a bunch of different indicator sets and maybe build something on because enough people watch it. I worry about the indicators that nobody's watching because I don't really think, unless there's something like, what was it, the Ravi one, which was just a MACD that was a shorter time frame MACD. Maybe his theory is that if I get in slightly before the MACD cross, then there'll be a bunch of people with the MACD go in. But that's just me being a nerd and trying to figure out how that works for everybody. Like, why does the rest of the world do what they do? And if I can figure that out, then that means that I'm better at predicting a trend. Maybe Barry fell asleep. Maybe he took a nap. I'll take the room for the rest of the day. What does he usually do? Buy trade ideas. And here's some links. I'm not as interesting of a trader. Oh, when are you going to leave, Michael? When are you going to leave, he says. I knew it. I knew he'd be clamoring to get back. I'm good now, Barry. If you want, let me know in our little Slack group if you're ready, and I'll do my countdown, and we'll switch her back. Just give me the okay. Barry? Hello? Maybe he's not listening. Okay. Are you ready? All right, guys, nice chatting with you. I may be back on Friday while we're getting Andy's internet back up to streaming snuff. But for now, Barry, I'm going to count to 5 and we'll do our same switch over with a 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay. All right, guys. So I'm on the YouTube feed right now. Hopefully that went smooth. I didn't see I didn't see that you had exited until I read your post right there. So okay, I guess we're okay. All right, guys. So I'm back on the YouTube feed. So I'm just hanging on. I want to see if the CDXS can continue down a little bit. It's sort of paused here. Put an alert down here. A terrible spread for me right now. Got a little excited because right after I got in, it actually had a bit of about 1045. I thought, okay, just has to catch up. It hasn't done it. Look at Conagra, guys. Very strong. Conagra, CAG. Nice little move right there over the whole number. This is an earnings play on the 31st, pre-market. All right, guys, I'm just getting a little bit of chart lag. I want to see if I can fix that. Okay, so OSUR, still not bad. I mean, these are the pre-market. Wow, I mean, this got up to almost 13 in the pre-market. Probably not very much volume. It's still pretty strong stock, OSUR. Not too many stocks are going to be up 6% today. But we're coming back. Look at the little green bar after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. An hour and 45 minutes of down. Even Tilray is starting to bounce. So you got to pay attention to what the market's doing. Tilray looks like it bounced with, when I say bounce, I mean moving higher. It's not a big bounce or anything, but kind of mirroring the market to a certain extent. TLRY. Why didn't Peloton show up on scanner? Well, I can create an alert. You mean when you say in my scanner? I mean, understand I have some filters in place, so let's see what Peloton looks like. I can tell you one reason right off the bat. Relative volume is most of my filters have a relative volume of at least 1. Okay, so look at the relative volume for Peloton. So as I always say, so you could say, well, then you should reduce your relative volume filter. I could do that. Then I'll get a lot of things I don't want to see also. Yeah, I would have caught Peloton. But I may get a lot of other ones that I don't care about. So it's a trade-off. It's always a trade-off. But does you understand? See the relative volume right there, 0.83. If you can see it, you can see up top right-hand corner of my screen. So even though, yes, there's a nice big volume pop, and that relative volume can change soon and get over that 1. But I think even in my Momo up, I believe my relative volume filter is at 2. It's at 3. So, it's just not going to show up here. And believe it or not, it would only show up on a break of the a high of the day break, because remember what it did early on. It did pop up and then it pulled back down. So there's the high of the day. So even if you have a high of day scanner working, it wouldn't have caught it here and here. It would only take it here. That all, does that make sense? Why? Believe me, it's a question that gets asked many, many times. All right, guys, it is now 1:07, so I'm going to do my video. I know the announcement says I'll be back at 1:50. I'll be back sooner than that, I'm sure. But I'll put this here. And before I go again, I just want to... So there is no link. You're not understanding AIWS Trader, okay? There is no link that is going to match this room, okay? This is what I said. I'm sure I said this before. You'll get these three windows if you load my channel, okay? New channel bar and then my windows. If you want to add these windows, this is what I do. I say, okay, you can select the scans that you want. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Two of them, the Momo up and Momo down, are here, okay? So it's not, okay? So there is no, I don't have a link for all of this. One of the reasons is because I change the symbol list name every week. If I gave you a link for this, you know, there are going to be people who won't understand, and then they're going to not get anything in this next week. They wouldn't get any alerts. So it's, you load my channel once during the week. You can save these windows, and then you pick and choose which ones you want. You want the Momo up and Momo down? It's here, right in the scans tab, right there. Or click on the room drive icon and shares scans that I share, download, and it'll be there also in a Word document, and you can load from there. All right, guys, I have to do my video, so not that it's going to be a big deal today. Okay, so we'll see you in a bit. Back about around. I'll be back before 1:50. I guarantee it. All right, everybody, I'm now back, and yeah, Macy's is still at the low. You know, I read your comment about the morbid in the funeral service business. It's, you know, the AI had an alert for one of them a couple of days ago. Maybe it was last week. I can't really remember. You know, and it was a short. Actually, no, it was long. It was a long, and it worked out very well. And it's funny. I just couldn't bring myself to trading it. I couldn't do it. Was it PLC? No, it wasn't PLC. Well, we have it here. No, well, let me see profile. Are you sure? No, it can't be PLC. Would have been something else. I'm talking about a funeral stock. It wasn't PLC. The minute I put it in here, I saw, you know, mortuaries, etc., and I just couldn't do it. And you know, that's yeah. Well, listen. Obviously, if the mortality rate stayed the same, which obviously it's not going to, you're absolutely right. But I mean, if they start to, you know, if in the next 2 weeks, I mean, it is hard to believe that it's going to go from whatever 5,000 to 100,000 or 150 or 200. But anyway, we won't know for a while. What am I trading right now? I'm trading nothing right now, RKD. I've sort of taken a back seat to the market so far. I'm out of the only one I had the CDXS, but I got out of it. So this is just a day in which I'm not trading very much. Hang on here. Just a second. It's definitely a choppier day than yesterday. I mean, you can just sort of see. I mean, we're getting those 300-400 point swings. So you better be, you know, you better be watching what the market's doing. Look at IFRX, guys. It is trying to come back now. IFRX. It is trying to come. Well, it has already come back. I'm sorry. There's a great move out of that consolidation, not consolidation, but this area. And what a great move for IFRX. There's a pre-market high. Let's see what the high is for the day. There's the opening candle up to $7. And obviously, Gus, the other thing, and everybody knows this. It's not the absolute numbers total. It's how quickly it's happening to overwhelming the healthcare system. That's the issue. I mean, if it was spread out, you know, it'd be horrible, but it would nowhere near be the same issue. But we all know that. No, I don't like Boxel at all. I mean, look what it did. And it had a little pop after hours, or it had a pop this morning. You got all the way up to $1.03. Now it's under $1, so I don't like it at all. I mean, if it got up over $1 again, maybe, but this is a question I'm being asked on YouTube. It's because it came from the AI under 20. Okay, that's all. I'm out of it now. Just because I wanted to try it. I missed, you know, the KNSA because of the spread. I had an opportunity on the I around 1740 and I lollygagged. So I thought, okay, I'll try this one. That's all. Well, the watch list, I mean, it didn't do badly. I mean, again, you always have to look at when the alert was and the price of the when the alert happened. Well, when the alert happened and the price. So if I go through them, I mean, are they all fantastic? Of course not. But so there's U.S. Steel 658 got up to 719. CEMI 774 got up to 8. Cala was pretty good, 889. I mean, very good. Got up to 966. This one did not. Yelp almost immediately went down. This one almost immediately went down. CRNC. This was kind of late. SGBX. The SFET 370. It gets up to 424. And this one I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it moved a little bit. So, I mean, not bad. I mean, I would... considering how the market was chopping around. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that one, Rogerio. I cannot answer that one. So finally, Florida is joining. And on the downside, T-Bio, it's a little one. Okay, 922 on the alert, 902 now. This is a short. Wendy's, not really anything. Why would you have a watch list of 2,000 stocks? I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I'm not sure if our symbol list can handle that. Well, were you around yesterday when I explained how to create a symbol list? And I'm talking to you, AIWS. All right. Well, and this will go for other people who want to create a watch list, symbol list. So the first thing you have to do, you should do, in my opinion, is to create an alert window or a top list window on how you want to monitor it. Okay, there has to be a way in which you want to monitor it. If you've got 2,000 stocks in there, you don't want to see every one of them. So maybe you're going to create an alert window or a top list window with a minimum volume. Maybe it has to be up a certain amount. Stocks that are dynamic. Otherwise, you're not going to watch 2,000 stocks. So let's just pretend that you've created that alert window. Okay, and let's say it's this one. So you've created your alert window. So you right click. Now, before I keep going, I want to make sure you're listening and you can hear me and you can see what I'm doing. So again, before I keep going, I want to make sure you are listening. Okay. So you create your alert window and right-click configure, symbol lists. Okay. Create new list. I'm going to call it AIWS. AIWS. I say OK. Now, here is where, hopefully you can copy and paste those 2,000 symbols in. Obviously if it's a row or a column, if it's a column of symbols that you can copy and paste, well, no, I don't know how to help you. But can you see the box that popped up? You must be able to see the box that popped up, right? You don't have to see my cursor. You just have to see the box that popped up. Yes, no, yes, no. The AMRN on the move here, guys. AMRN is on the move up to $5. I mean, if you're listening, you know, you should be able to follow along. Again, right click on the alert window, click on configure, and then click on symbol lists. Okay? And then it says where it says create new list on the left, sort of the left-hand side, create new list. Click on it. Give it a name. As I say, I gave it a name. Give it whatever name you want. Your 2000, whatever that ETF is. But you have to give it a name that makes sense to you. I gave it a name. I typed it into that where it says list name. Then I said okay. And now hopefully you can see a box. See a box? Okay. So in that box, you can copy and paste those symbols. Hopefully you don't have to type them in one by one. So, I mean, if it's copyable in terms of a column, then just copy them and then paste it in. Okay? And then once you do that, I always type in Pearl and Macy's, then just say okay. Now, you've created, tough job, really? Well, it's a tough job, but you have to copy them in one by one. Yeah, I mean, nothing I can do to help you there. That's why I was hoping that you have a way in which you can copy them all at once and just paste it in. Well, if you're able to do that, then once you've done that, there's a drop-down menu called only the following lists. You should see that. And then you just literally click on only the following list and then check it. It should be on the left-hand side of a whole. You should see it on the left-hand side. Whatever name you created. And then you just check it. You just check it and then say okay. And now that symbol list that you created is now attached to the alert window that you started it from. And that's how you can monitor it. Sean, if you did it yesterday, you have to do it every day. So however you did it yesterday, TradingView, I don't know if there's a rule for TradingView. I don't see one. I'm just looking. I don't see a specific rule for TradingView. Can you not remember? You did it the same way, exactly the same way. That I cannot help you with. You can try going to our homepage and asking Bill. He's kind of our linking expert, and seeing if he has something that he can help you with. If you did it exactly the same way and it's not working, I don't know how to help you. Did you try the alternate? And then did you experiment? When external linking, edit the link, and beginning is cut off, or use alternate method. Did you try it just to see? Linking, is can be sometimes a little bit finicky. And I'm not familiar with TradingView at all in terms of linking. All right, modest little rally here. Modest rally. If you wonder why I'm such a, I was going to say Whole Foods, a whole number proponent. I mean, look what can happen. I mean, now granted, this was really, really moving away. I mean, that was would have been an awesome short, but look what it did right at the whole number. I mean, it's just psychological, guys. I mean, there's no reason. What's the difference between $4.99 and $5? There's nothing. It's a penny. But it's when you go and buy something and it says $8.99, All right, but if it said 902, you go, that's not much of a sale. So it's all psychological. So it's the same thing with stocks. You know, these whole numbers can just sort of stop a stock in its tracks. Clovis, I'm just answering somebody from YouTube for Clovis. Well, it's not really doing anything. I mean, for what, RKD? A long or a short? I mean, it's really just doing nothing right now. Yes, it is Dan at trade-ideas. .com, yeah. No, look at T-Bio. Now, was it shortable? Yeah, it was shortable for me. T-Bio. Huh. On what side? Your Costco earnings going into March 5th? On what side to short it? I don't trade stocks ahead of earnings or anything like that. I don't try to guess which way it's going, but okay. Let's see. This one just popped into the AI under 20 as a short text. Let's see. What's the volume like? Okay, decent volume. Spread is good. Like to see the market on my side though. The market's trying to put in the smallest of rallies. Smallest of rallies right now. Okay, guys, I'm actually going to be taking a look at a text TEX short. Let me see what sort of resistance there is or support there is. It got down to 13.18 this morning. I may take this. I'm taking a look at TEX. Maybe underneath this area here, 1375. I think the market probably has to be on my side though. Market is starting to, again, putting in a modest, that's 1, 2, 3, almost an hour now of a modest gain for the market. Did he say that? Really? Okay, cool. I don't know what that means. in the next beta. I don't know what that means exactly. Does that mean it's actually going to be one of the AI segments? Which would be great because then I don't have to. I have this separate using an Amazon AWS account that I load it. It's not the end. It's not bad. Well, again, as usual, I just use this as a watch list. Okay, something happened here. I'm getting a repeat of what I'm. Just one moment, please. One moment, please. All right, guys. I'm sorry about that. I'm back. Are you talking about zeroing your account or getting it backed up to 100,000, William? Is that what you're talking about? I don't. I mean, you're talking about the simulator. Oh, you can't use it at all. Okay, I am sorry. I don't know how to help you, obviously. Okay, but I think I can help you there, William. Can you hear me? I can help you there. They'll have to go. They're okay. There is a fix. You can't do it, but start a chat, okay? And make sure you give them the email address and tell them you're talking to me, and that there's a way for them to go into the back office and to. I can't do it personally. I can't do it. If I could, I would do it for you, but I just can't do it. Let me just get you the homepage link. So start the chat, the live chat. Say you were talking to me, and Barry says there's a way for you guys to go into the back, what we call our back office, and reset your account to 100,000. Okay, and that should work. If it doesn't work, let me know, okay? Because I know we had a little meeting on it last week, and it was on a case by case basis. In other words, we're not going into everybody's account all at once, but if somebody calls up, because it didn't happen to everybody, it didn't happen to me as an example. So on a case by case basis, if somebody says, "Hey, how come I can't do this?" then we can go into your account and fix it. Okay? Well, guys, on my wish list, this would be my wish list for the balance of the day. So it's at 2 o'clock right now, and all of a sudden, if we get a big green candle that kind of wipes out that 251 and starts to move, then I'm going to start to take a look at a lot of the stocks that were sort of beaten up a little bit, or our dynamic stocks, and they may get very they may regain their dynamism. Is that a word? If it isn't, it should be. Well, yeah, I mean that was a given. They were going to appeal the ruling. That was absolutely a given. They're not going to want to see their whole business go by the wayside because a bunch of generic drug makers come in and undercut them. So of course they were going to do a massive appeal. No, so that'll be in the courts for a while. Well, this T-Bio short is getting better and better. I'm not into my real account, but it is getting better and better in this simulator. Basically because of the number of shares it could take. So that stop was relatively tight. It was probably under 20 cents. Yeah, you can see right there, 940, 922. So it was under 20 cents. I can tell that because if I take 556 times the difference, I'll get approximately $100. There it is, $102 if I got stopped out. And it was shortable at IB. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching the SPY to see how, if this continues. I say, I have an alert set right up here. Now, T-Bio continues down here. Look at this. And now, yeah, so it also, so 922 was the entry. There was a 200-day moving average that could have stalled it, but it didn't. The whole number could have stalled it, but it hasn't. So now the next area of support could be around around 857 or so. There's a bottoming tail there and a candle there. Could be. Boy, Tilray's been really a tough one to trade. I mean, it's a nice little bounce off 6. All right, so Mike K and anybody else who cannot see the bottom of my screen, you have to be using Chrome as your browser, and you have to disable the hardware accelerator. I have to go through all this again, sorry. If you can click on the tech support tab and scroll to the top, there is a fix, okay? Using Chrome as your browser, then go to the Chrome settings, scroll down to where you see advanced, click on advanced, scroll down again, and then disable the hardware accelerator, and then close the browser and reopen it, and then you'll be able to see. All right, so William, I do see they're looking. I know you, yeah. So I see Andy is trying to look. Does anybody know where to find it in the back office? Somebody will be able to help you, okay? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, it'll happen. It will happen. He's just not aware of where it is exactly, but it will happen. Do I see any future? Probably not. First of all, remember that ACB was under a real cloud before all this. There were some fraud allegations back here, okay, selling when they shouldn't have been selling, number one. Number one. So, I mean, no, I don't see any hope. Yeah, but I mean, you're going to have to find people willing to buy it. And, it looked like it was going to make a move with the rest of the cannabis sector. It did get over $1, but, fizzled out. So, Sammy, is this, have you, okay, first of all, just let you know, I mean, with Firefox, there was no problem seeing my screen. With Chrome, there always has been. Now, you may have been one of those fortunate people that, I don't know if you've been in the room every single day for the last, say, 3 months. But, okay, so what happened with Chrome? If you haven't been in the room for a while, Chrome, I don't know when it was, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, they did an update. So everybody who had actually disabled their hardware accelerator had it turned on again. So all those people had been in the room for a while, couldn't understand why they couldn't see my screen, even though they swore they had disabled their hardware accelerator. Unbeknownst to them, that when Chrome did an update, they turned them all back on. So we had to go through the whole exercise again. Yeah, you just have to disable the hardware accelerator. That's probably what happened. Also, if you say for years, we've only been with this platform, I don't think it's even been a year. It might be a year now. Might be a year. We had Omnovia before. Hey, you take care too, Paradox. Excellent. Great, William. Sorry for taking so long. It must have just got lost in the shuffle. Your email. Sorry about that. And did you close the browser and then reload it, Lee? Because you have to do that also. You have to shut it down, and then reload. Then I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. I honestly don't know how to help you if that's it. Maybe try another refresh. Just a refresh. You know. Okay, so Sammy, can you click on the tech support tab? Can you find the tech support tab within the trading room? I've got it at the top half. So you should see the tech support tab. And if you click on it, then scroll up. Is that right at the top? I put the instructions right up here. But I'll just put it right down here, okay? So that, oops. So oh, okay, you got it. Okay, I just put them underneath your post. So that should solve it. Okay, guys, that little climb by the spine looks short-lived now. So watch your longs if you're in any. Yeah, this BKY, I'm going to get rid of that. That's something. In fact, yeah, that's something that was on the watch list for a long. But TBIO just continues to move down here. All right, guys, I just want to demonstrate how you can use Brokerage Plus, all right? And in the most manual way, you don't have to click, you don't have to create the one-click trading. You can actually just pick how many shares you want and the price, and then you can put in a stop afterwards and a target if that's what you want to do. So let's just say I wanted this DYNT. So here's how you put in a conditional buy. So you might be saying to yourself, okay, listen, I'll take this trade if it gets back up over, well, there's a 200. Let's find something else a little bit better, maybe. AMRN. Okay, so I'll take this trade if it, say, gets back up to 490. I mean, this is just to practice, okay? So there it is. AMRN is right there. Say I'll take 250 shares. I'll take the trade if it gets back up to, say, 480, 488. So I just type 488 in the stop price up here. And then I buy. Okay. So there it is. See, right on the chart, there it is, 488. If the price gets up to 488, it'll take the trade. Now I can put a stop. let's put a stop down here, 462. Now, the reason you see this here is because this was an AI alert, but I can see putting a stop there also, okay? So now, at this point, I'm going to say 462 right here. And I typically put it in both. Oops. And then I click sell. So now you see, right on the chart, I have a conditional buy order at 488. And then I have this down here at 462 as the stop. And let's see if it takes it out at 488. Let me just move it down. I'll take it out. I'll take the trade right now. Okay, so I took the trade right now. Took 250 shares. There was the price it got in at. And there's my stop. So I did that right on the chart. Well, I didn't do it on the chart. I did it here. But it appears on the chart. Now I can start to move my stop up if I want. You know, if the trade starts working for me, I can do that. I can put a target. Let's say I put a target of, I don't know, 510. I may have done that wrong, by the way, but let's see. I'm not sure I could have actually put the... Okay, well, it seems to have worked. So there's my target, right up here. I put a target of 510 on it. So it took the trade. If it hits 510, it'll be out of the trade. Of course, I can, if it starts working well, I can always keep moving the target. I can move my stop, keep moving my stop right on the chart. I can move my target. Okay, that is a very manual way to use it. So again, let's just see what happens here. So there's the entry, 250 shares at $4.80 in the simulator. Oh, yeah, man, oh man. How's NCLH doing? I'm sure it's under 10. Yeah, it's interesting. It's just hanging around that 10. Meanwhile, T-Bio just continues to plummet here. Well, that's a heck of a short from my watch list at 922, now 860 for T-Bio. Now here's the area that I considered maybe some support right around 859, so it's not that far away. So if you took this one, you'd be having to watch that area right here on the daily chart. So the prudent thing to do would be to get out a half in case that stalls it. Well, if you had shorted this one, you would have made a nice little chunk of change to short T-Bio. So let's see if that holds. Let's see if this area that I was thinking might be support holds. I mean, if it breaks out down through there, I mean, the next level is in the low sevens. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Well, that's because I took this trade. I was just demonstrating a trade, okay? AMRN. I was demonstrating using the buy buttons, or a conditional trade. I'm sorry. I was demonstrating a conditional trade. So I had loaded ABRN in here. I took 250 shares. I went in at a certain price. Okay, it was just demonstrating. It didn't come from anything else. Thank you for a fuller explanation, Paradox. It's actually starting to work. Again, this was just a demo, just showing. I wanted to put in a stop after the fact, and a target, just to show you how you can do it on the chart. All part of the standard service, okay? This is part of the Brokerage Plus platform. It's all part of the standard service to be able to do all this. And I'm basically, all I do is I connect to the simulated trading. You can do all this also if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you actually want to trade your account. Of course, you can do that, do everything I'm doing. Now, William, you can take part also. You know what's having a tremendous run back is CEMI. Tremendous. Look at this. I mean, where's the high of the day? Around 8. This is having a tremendous run. This easily, one of these ones that, in the last hour and a half or so, it could have that run, kind of like the SGBX yesterday. I think if it took out the high of the day, which is where kind of it stalled right at that high a few months ago. It stalled right there. If it takes that out, I mean, look left. Look how much more room it has. A little shake on the action or in the background. Okay, so Lee, the theory is this. If you look at Facebook and some of the, the names that are held by many, it basically is the inventory. I mean, if your broker has a lot of clients with Facebook, then in theory they can loan those shares out to you to short. That's kind of the general rule. I'm sure there's probably more involved in that, but that's kind of the general rule. So, I mean, Facebook obviously everybody should be able to short a Facebook because it's such a widely held. Most brokerage platforms, most brokerages will have Facebook as part of their inventory. A lot of people holding it, right? So that's the whole idea. They're lending you shares that their customers hold. It's kind of the theory. So when you look at some smaller companies, though, TBIO, you might go to, TBIO, may not, your broker just may not have a lot of customers that have clients that have TBIO as a long. I mean, that's kind of the theory. And that's why, there are some, but a brokerage like Interactive Brokers that has, it just has a reputation for having a lot of shorts in a lot of different stocks. Now, there are some times when a broker, even if they have shorts that they can lend to you, or shares that they can lend to you, will actually they'll say, well, we're just not going to do it anyway. They may say it's too risky. Riot was a good example a while back. So even though obviously they had a lot of clients that were trading Riot, so in theory they'd have inventory, they just weren't. They were just not willing to lend those out to short. And it's not every broker. I mean, it's that's why it's a broker by broker situation. Yeah, there you go. I mean, obviously, that's incorrect. There has to be an inventory, but they're just not willing to do it. Tilray for me for the longest time was not shortable. And then what happens is it's almost on a day by day basis. Yesterday I think I looked and I don't think it was shortable. But today there's 180,000 shares I think available. So that means that a lot of those shorts covered, I guess, and yeah, 185,000 right now. No, no, no. That's the thing. I mean, but Interactive Brokers doesn't necessarily have shorts available for everything. For instance, CEMI, that Real I think shorted earlier on. Okay. No, they're okay. Now they are available, but only 4,000 shares. So what's happened is, I guess some people are covering, and they're allowing them. They're allowing to short 4,000 shares, but that could dry up immediately if people pile into this and short in Interactive Brokers. If I look in the next minute, those shares may be snapped up. Well, that's each broker. I mean, I can't tell you. Each broker, Lee, is going to have a different way of presenting how many shorts are available. I mean, I know how to do it within Interactive Brokers, but no, look at the volume that has come into SGLB. That's why we do get the question a lot. Why don't you guys have a filter that says if shorts are available? Well, it's impossible because every broker is going to be different. I mean, yeah, some brokers will have a reputation for not having very many shorts of anything. The Canadian broker I used to use was kind of like that. One of the reasons why I switched to Interactive Brokers. Now you see what happened there? I mean, if I'm really following, excuse me, if I'm really following this, you see I had this sort of artificial sell point, if it moved up to this price. Now, obviously, why would I sell? Why would I sell this, AMRN, just because I put some kind of an artificial, what I should, again, guys, if I'm paying attention, what I'd be doing is I'd be moving that line up and up and up. As the trade keeps working, why would I sell? So that's why I took it out for a $75, whereas I should still be in this trade. Again, I'm talking the simulator. Well, you can put a stop in. I mean, that's what you can do. You can put a stop in. You know, you can have a stop line that you can move up. If you don't like the way it's trading, and you might have a stop already in place, but you just don't like the way it's trading, you don't have to wait for it to get stopped out. You can start moving that stop line up to an area that you think, you know what, if it hits here, I don't want to be in it anymore. So it's not using a hotkey. Of course, you can use our hotkeys here, but if you just want to pure, so for instance, what one am I still in? T-Bio. Okay, so there. So I mean, right there. I mean, what I really should be doing is moving that stop all the way down. Remember, this is a short. So I'm moving that stop all the way down as the trade is working, almost like a trailing stop. Remember, this is a short play, so that's why I'm moving it down. And I did not put a target in here, so there's no target I have to worry about. But had I put a target in here and the trade was working, I would keep moving the target down also, managing the trade. Now, the same thing. I mean, you know, I have to say the same thing here. If you're watching the trade, you know, there's the SGLB, okay? So I was up $53, and then all of a sudden it turned into a $110 loss because of this. You can't allow that to happen. You know, if you start seeing this move, because it's something that has only got 500,000 shares in the float, you have to be so careful. So you have to start either taking some out or moving that stop up, you know, really rapidly. You know, something. I mean, this is an extreme example with such a low float. Well, this was a volume pop right here, so I don't know what. But let me just see something right here. Yeah, I mean, you can create something that's going to show this volume pop. I mean, you can, but again, as I've said before, you can do that, and you might get a lot of other stocks that just don't keep doing this. You know, but I guarantee, you see, there it is in the Momo up. So it would have showed it earlier. Why it looks a little confusing here is that I almost guarantee that this volume pop would have showed up in the Momo up right here, because certainly the relative volume was fine. Certainly the overall volume was fine. But. Yeah, you see the problem. You see here was a problem. I think I showed this yesterday or earlier. This is only triggered on a high of day also. So unfortunately, you know, when you get a situation where you have a really big topping tail up here, okay, it had to hit 372 before you're going to see it. So it's not going to catch it here. You'd have to create another alert, okay, in this particular case. You'd have to have another trigger. You know, like a 5 minute high, a new 5 minute high or something. I mean, this is an extreme case. I mean, you know, the only reason it didn't alert right here is because it had this huge topping tail. What time was that? 9:45. Now that meant in this window here, it had to take out that high before you'd see it. So, but I could say, okay, instead of new high, I could say, okay, how about a new 5 minute high? Now I could do that. I may get a lot of things I don't want to see though. But you know, you can always try it. This is just a boilerplate, a boilerplate, okay? You can always, I mean, I just happen to like new highs, but obviously that would have caught it on a new 5 minute high. And these are extremes, Tom. I mean, this is an extreme because of the low, low float. It's hard to answer that one. You know, for day traders for float volume. I mean, if you're looking for super action, I mean, you know, the lower the float, the better. But if a stock's in play, I mean, look at SU. Look at SU yesterday, the day before. Okay, look at the float, 1.5 billion in the float. At one point yesterday, I know this stock was up 13%. I mean, tremendous. So it's not so. I mean, look, if you're looking for like the incredibly active stocks, of course, the lower the float, the better. But if a stock's in play for whatever reason, and so you know, Suncor was in play the last 2 days, didn't matter that it had a 1.5 billion float. But you know, if you're really trying to catch the ones, you know, the huge, huge movers, yeah, I'd say under 20 million. I mean, Facebook comes out, you know, and the other thing to always consider, what we're going to get into earnings season. I have no idea what to expect, but earnings season will start April 22nd, approximately. Okay, so we're about 3 weeks away from earnings season to start again. I have no idea what to expect. No idea. But in a typical earnings season, what happens, you'll see, you know, high float situations even, but if a stock, you know, that's when they release their earnings and their guidance, and that's when a stock on that day will be very, very active. Doesn't really matter, you know, how much the float is, especially if they have, you know, great earnings, great guidance. You'll see stocks that are just racing. I mean, I mean, listen, the low floats are great. They look wonderful, but you know, for new people trading. Look, they're difficult. I'm not gonna try to sugarcoat it. They are difficult. You have to be agile. The problem is that they look so wonderful. You see, oh my gosh, look at that thing up 300%. That's a trade I want. And of course, that's a trade everybody wants. But the one that does that, and then you try the next 10, you try like that, look out. Yeah, typically on something like that, Calvin, I mean, usually it's going to be horribly spready and a lot of things. I don't even have to look to see what the fee is. And I'm getting out intraday anyway, so it's to me it's not that big a deal. Poor old BlackBerry. Yeah, look at Pump. Pump is actually an earnings play, and it's starting to move a little bit here. I don't even look. I don't even know England, Tom. We have a few people from England, assuming you are from England or you're just a transplant and you want to call yourself England. We've had a lot of people from the UK, it seems. There you go. Oh, I know you are, Lee. And there was another person in the room that was from the UK yesterday. Boy, I sure wish I had hopped on that eye. Yeah, there's somebody from the YouTube feed saying they're from England or the UK also. What's that? The United Kingdom. It sounds so regal. The United Kingdom. Well, guys, it's 2:41, so I will be shutting the room down around 3, and I'll always stay later if there are questions. Otherwise, and today's my long day. I attend the Q&A with Dan and Brad. I just help out on the tech side. If you want to attend the Q&A, one of the links right there, one of the links is the webinar registration, okay? And that's at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all with that link right there. I will just put that link in here in case anybody wants to attend. Okay. Yeah, I was following an email or an internal tech discussion, and they must have been talking about you. I see. So you can't have them all linked. Okay, interesting. That we are, Lee. We are very friendly and welcoming. Welcome to the room. Well, Jefferson, I don't know if that's the case, but I mean, what are they going to report? I mean, I think the big guys are going to be reporting, but yeah, there could be a lot of companies. It's going to be well, this quarter and the next quarter could be even worse. Yeah, I agree. Maybe no guideline. How can you possibly guide? I mean, that's the thing. Again, for people who are new, an earnings release is what happened in the last quarter, and then the company is suggesting what can happen in the next upcoming quarter. How can anybody possibly? How is Alcoa, if they release on the 12th, 22nd? How are they going to say? And in the next quarter, this is what we think is going to happen. I mean, they could try, but a lot of companies are going to be in the same boat. I didn't see that. Was that today? Beyond Beef, was that today? Or Beyond Meat? I didn't see that as a Goldman Sachs downgrade. Wow, I mean, yeah, well, that's why you do put a stop in place, though. I mean, imagine if you didn't have a stop, even though I should not have allowed that to happen for the SGBX. But that is exactly why you have a stop, okay? Okay, guys, as I say, I'll be shutting down in about 14 minutes. So if you have any questions, please ask them now. Yeah, this is definitely an interesting one. We'll be following this one tomorrow for sure. AMRN after it got kicked yesterday. Huge drop yesterday, losing a patent decision that they are appealing. Okay, guys, I'm starting to fade. I need some questions. Anything. Help me. Only one positive sector right now, and that's gold. Even silver is not. Where's silver? Even silver is just slightly under, but gold, the only positive sector. As the market starts to move, yeah, we were watching this, remember? Now the market is moving down, a bit of a green bar, but I just think this market is going to give it up again. So On the employment numbers, it's possible. I have a question. Do I think it's going to? Obviously, I would have thought it would drop the first time. Because when I saw those employment numbers and I saw a low of 1 million to a high of 4, and it came in at what, 3.2, I thought, wow. But the market popped, so hard to predict. It's hard to. I mean, $100 a day. I mean, it's so hard to know. It depends on how what sort of a trader you are. I'm here every day. Yes, Tom. During trading days, Monday to Friday. Yes. I can't answer that question. To make $100 a day, how much should you have in your account? I mean, it's impossible. It depends how much discipline you have. Getting in and out of trades. One bad trade can ruin a week. And a bad trade to me is just not adhering to your stops. I have no feelings. I don't trade Canadian stocks at all. Even though I'm Canadian, but I don't trade the Canadian stocks at all. So I really don't have any feeling about. I don't really think in the macro level. I mean, obviously I have to a little bit now. I know what's going on with oil, and obviously you have to know what's going on with the virus and all. But in normal times, when people say, "What do you think about the banks? What do you think about oil? What do you think about this?" I really, because I'm just an intraday trader, basically. I'm just concentrating on what's happening today. Does it trade in the U.S.? I can't even remember if it trades in the U.S. Oh, okay. So it's not dual listed. Okay. No, you can draw your own trend lines. I mean, look, trend lines. There's to me, there's no magic to it. I mean, here's a trend. If you said, okay, I want to draw a trend line on that weekly chart and move it down just like that, okay, and if it broke up, then it's going to break the trend. Your trend line might be something very different from somebody else's trend line. I don't think there's any. I don't draw trend lines. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't or anybody shouldn't. But I mean, you just have to just kind of look. I mean, here's on the daily chart. So if you're going to draw a trend line, you would be drawing it down here, here, here. You don't know this is going to happen. So if it broke up, okay, it broke the downward trend. Yes, I do have my swing trading rules handy. Haven't gone over that for a while. Yeah, there's the BMRA. I had that alert for some reason. I mean, and swing trading right now, well, as they say, bon chance, but just give me a second here. All right, you're also right here, okay? If you click on that room drive icon, half open, looks like a half open folder. And my 4 rules for swing trading, download. If you click on download, then this is what you're going to, and then open it, this is what you're going to see. So I'll go over that, but you can click on that and it'll go to a Word document just like this. And then I'll go over it. So if I were going to swing trade, if you're wondering, why do I have the daily, weekly, monthly chart? So when I look at an alert, an AMRN, okay, here is the problem with trying to swing an AMRN. Would it qualify? Let's see. There's the 200-day, way above it. you're in a highly emotional stock, okay, on this one. Anything can happen. You know, it happened yesterday. Yeah, they're trying to fight it. But, to me, before I would ever swing something like an AMRN, and don't yell at me if you tell somebody, well, Barry told me not to swing it, and that tomorrow it's $10. The reason, I would want this to settle down a little bit. I wouldn't try to be guessing that, okay, it's going to keep bouncing, because this is a highly emotional state this is in. But, having said that, so if I click on an alert, then I'm checking the daily and the weekly, and I know I said this, I should add the monthly chart for a large gap. So you can see this one right there. I mean, this is, pretty dramatic one. This was a real company. Okay, but you see how at least it had based. This is what I'm talking about. With the imagine if the AMRN was doing something like that and then started to pop. Okay? But anyway, so I check to see what the gap is. Then I check to see where the 200-day moving average is. It's way above it, so that's not going to impede it for a while. And I always check to see when a company is going to release earnings. I never, ever swing through earnings. That's simple. I don't want to gamble. I don't know what, you could give me the earnings release ahead of time and I still wouldn't be 100% sure about which way it's going to go. And then I want the stock to close near the high of the day. I like that because then I don't want to have to see a stock pull all the way back and then I have to worry about it breaking today's high. Remember, I'm thinking I'm in this tomorrow. Now it has to break today's high. So I like to see a stock close near the high of the day. So if these four are met, conditions are met, I can check them all, then it becomes a candidate. Okay? I was just kidding, Lee, of course. I was just saying if I could find, somebody gave it to me on the QT. So those are my four rules. And so you're asking me I have a problem with AMRN because yeah, they're going to be fighting this the ruling. But I would want it to base a little bit more before I thought, okay, it's going to keep pumping up. That's just me. Now, if you put a big enough stop on it, like what's the low of the day, or the low of yesterday? See, it looks like, what's the low of yesterday? 395, and today is 4. So, I guess in theory, you could put a 4 stop. No, this is, again, not a recommendation. But if you were to take this and put $1 stop on it, because that looks like maybe the support, that was it yesterday and today, maybe, okay. Well, it's only this one that I delay 30 minutes, okay? Just because, I'm finding that when I first started this whole exercise about auto trading the entries, I was 10 minutes, and things were just way too whippy. I'm getting stopped out too many times. So then it was 15. It's still the same thing. When this market was moving so crazy, I thought, you know what, I'm going to delay it for 30. I found that delaying these for 30 minutes was awesome. Okay? You want to learn, Richie? Well, I guess keep coming into the room. I'm just getting set to close down, but so that's why I delayed it 30 minutes for my watch list. It's not that I don't personally take trades before. I typically don't trade in the first 15 anyways. Again, things are so whippy. Yes, there are stocks that they open and they keep going. And I would say, Jasper, that I will stand by my watch list, and I'd rather be a little bit safe than be more on the safe side. That's all. Of course, I'm missing opportunities of ones that keep moving. Of course. But for the ones that keep moving, I could probably show you 10 that popped up and then moved. I used to trade almost from the beginning. But I was getting whipped out too many times. You're looking at the ones, you're thinking, well, look at the opportunity you missed on this one. Yeah, it kept going. Great. Now show me 10 others that did the same thing on that first look. That's the issue for me. But listen, you want to if you can make money trading in the first 5 minutes and you can consistently do it, by all means do it. I just find that psychologically for me, I don't like to get stopped out of a couple of trades right off the bat. It sort of puts a damper on the rest of the day. So I delay it a bit and it just works for me. All right, guys, are there any other questions? No? Okay, so again, I hope to see some of you at the webinar. You can sign up for the webinar right here. It starts at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. That's the one that Brad and Dan, co-founders, partners, Trade Ideas, they put it on every Wednesday. It's a heck of a trade of the week, with all that's going on, PTON, that's a heck of a trade of the week. I mean, the trigger was $26. And if you have the trade of the week, if you subscribe to it, it's free. Pretty tough to come up with one trade, one stock that you're going to designate as the trade of the week. Now there is the trade of the week. I'm just going to pop it in here. Free service gets delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Yeah, you too, Bob. All right, everybody. I don't see any other questions, so I'll see some of you at 5 o'clock and in the webinar. If not, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, I will not. 9 o'clock Eastern Time, okay? So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.